Excellencies, WTO representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to the first edition of the World Trade Congress on Gender. My name is Anouche Derbogossian, and I am the head of the WTO Trade and Gender Unit. Yes, you heard well, there is a gender unit in the WTO. I am delighted to see you all today. Oh. Yes, so please use the headphone on your desk. Good, okay. I am delighted to see you all today in the WTO and online for the first International Research Conference on Trade and Gender. Before we engage in our various research sessions held throughout the 3 days of the Congress, we will hear the views of eminent leaders and our high-level special guests on how to build recovery through inclusive trade. After the high-level discussion, we will exchange with the 5 Congress ambassadors who will share their experience on how crises impact women, showing us that crises are actually not gender neutral. But before we go into these discussions, and without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the WTO, to take the floor to deliver her keynote speech and kick off the Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Anouche. I think it's more like keynote remarks, not a speech. But good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming. First of all, a special welcome to all the men. Because when we talk about gender, it's not just about women. A lot of the things that need to be done concern men. But I'm going off script as usual, so let me get back to my script before Anouche has a heart attack. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Trade Congress on Gender. This is the first international research conference of this scale on trade and gender. With women making up over half the global population, and with trade worth over half of global economic output, this should have happened a long time ago. I want to start by welcoming our fantastic panelists who will be kicking off the proceedings this morning. We're welcoming to the WTO for the first time the United Kingdom Secretary of State for International Trade and also Minister for Women and Equalities, Her Excellency Kemi Badenoch. Welcome. She'll be joined on the panel by another minister who knows these corridors very well, El Salvador's Economy Minister, Her Excellency Maria Luisa Hayem Breve. Where are you sitting? Thank you for coming all the way from El Salvador. And our very own Ms. Pamela Cook Hamilton, Executive Director of the ITC Trade Center, which leads the She Trades Initiative that has connected 3 million women to international market opportunities. Pamela, where are you? Thank you. I also want to thank and welcome Mr. Pedro Manuel Moreno, the UNCTAD Deputy Secretary General, who has been doing us really great duties by appearing at almost all our events recently. Thank you, Pedro, very much. And our very own New Zealand Ambassador Claire Kelly, who is a powerful advocate for women's economic empowerment in her own right. She will moderate the session. Where is Claire? Okay, so you see you have an outstanding panel to kick us off this morning. The WTO Congress on Gender seeks to spotlight research on how trade interacts with economic and social opportunities for women, to showcase new research initiatives, and to promote innovative work in the field of trade and gender. Our plan is for this to become a regular biannual event. But based on what I'm hearing already, we may make it more frequent. Based on the exciting agenda for these 3 days, I think we're off to a good start, and seeing how so many of you in the room is very exciting. 30 top researchers from around the world are set to present their latest findings on how global gender equality can make trade a stronger instrument for helping economies recover from the polycrisis of the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, high energy and food prices, and climate change, all of which have made already wide gender gaps worse. As Anush said, crises are not gender neutral. Discussions will look at issues such as the need to increase the number of effective gender-responsive provisions in trade agreements, how trade can mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on women, and how access to global value chains impacts women's empowerment. We are looking at practical, solutions-oriented work, and governments and international agencies will enrich these debates with their own perspectives and experiences. Allow me a few minutes to explain why we felt that this conference on this issue and here at the WTO was so necessary and timely. The economic and social costs of gender inequality today are enormous. Earlier this year, the World Bank estimated that 2.4 billion working-age women do not have equal economic opportunities compared to men. The gap between expected lifetime earnings for men and women globally is $172 trillion. Yes, 172 trillion. That's nearly double the entire world's annual GDP. And COVID-19 has set women and girls back within education, in the home, and in the labor market. The World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report found that because of the pandemic, at current rates of progress, it would take 132 years now to reach global gender parity instead of the 99 estimated before. If we continue on this path, it will take 155 years to close the political empowerment gender gap, 151 years for the economic participation and opportunity gender gap, and 22 years for the educational attainment gender gap. So women are getting closer to men in terms of educational attainment, but that education is not factoring into power politically or economically. Very interesting. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres put it well. This is one of my favorite quotes, so let me quote it again. I cannot accept a world that tells my granddaughters that gender equality must wait for their granddaughters' granddaughters. We need to act, and we need to act now. Closing gender gaps would yield major economic returns. According to the IMF, in many developing countries, achieving gender equality in the labor market could raise GDP by as much as 35%. As I've said in earlier speeches, and I was very happy to hear someone quoted the other day, investing in women is smart economics. Investing in girls is even smarter economics. And trade is a tool to narrow gender gaps. On the consumption side, a joint study by the WTO and the World Bank looked at a sample of 54 developing countries and found that eliminating import tariffs would boost real incomes for female-headed households more than for households led by men. On the production side, trade generates more and better jobs for women. Companies that export typically employ more women, and research has found that women working in export sectors earn up to 2 times more than their counterparts in non-export sectors. They are also likelier to have a formal job with greater security and training opportunities. In emerging markets and developing countries, firms that are integrated into global value chains have an average female labor share of 37%, compared to 25% for other firms. And while women tend to be overrepresented in low-skilled jobs and in the informal sector, in places like Morocco, Romania, and Vietnam, they account for 50% or more of the workforce of exporting firms. There are many ways in which trade policies can hold women back. WTO economists find that tariffs are higher on female labor-intensive goods. Female labor-intensive services sectors face greater trade restrictiveness. Trade costs associated with the need for face-to-face interaction tend to be larger in sectors where women are overrepresented. So the research that has been done some of which we'll be discussing here, is crucial because it allows us to identify the specific issues and to use practical policies to solve these issues. But there are still many holes in the data, and filling these gaps is a critical step for crafting trade and complementary policies so that they advance gender equality as effectively as possible. And this is why we're here today. So researchers can not only present their diagnostics, but come up with concrete solutions that can help women. The WTO Gender Research Hub plays a key role here. This growing network of more than 50 researchers is publicizing findings, fostering partnerships, and improving data collection methods. The Hub's Trade and Gender database stores 140 articles, books, and papers published worldwide over the last 2 years. We need to keep up this momentum. The WTO and our members are acting on other fronts as well. Beyond joint research with other international organizations, about 130 members in our informal working group on trade and gender are looking at how trade rules and associated policies can better foster women's participation in global trade. And I believe the co-chairs of the informal working group are here. Thought I saw Ambassador Atalia here. Yeah. And any other co-chairs? I can't see. Wonderful ambassador from El Salvador is also here. Well, how about the ambassador from Iceland? No? Okay. Well, could you stand up, please, so that people can see who is leading the work among the members? Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Ambassador Atalia, Ambassador Patricia. Thank you so much. Now, the moving online has helped many women-owned businesses connect to international markets, and a group of WTO members are working to set out some basic global rules for digital trade. Here we have to specifically look to see how women can benefit from these rules. On the supply side, our Standards and Trade Development Facility just announced that it would work to better understand the gender impacts of health and safety standards in the agri-food sector and how compliance with these standards can create opportunities for women. Still on the supply side, our sister organization, the ITC, has worked concretely and practically to help millions of women connect to regional and global markets and to double their income. I'm sure Pamela will have a lot more to say about this. In sum, we're moving in the right direction, but we have a long way to go, and we need good research to show us the way. Before I stop here so you can listen to the experts, I want to thank the WTO Trade and Gender Unit, especially Anush and her team, Nicole, my gender advisor, and not just for their work for this conference, but for all that they do to highlight how trade is working or isn't working for women. I want to thank all the WTO staff who have shown tremendous interest in getting the work on women in trade going, and even the work for a gender policy within the organization going. So thank you all for taking part in this conversation. And now I'll let you listen to those who have more to say than I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General, for these insightful words. So now I would like to invite our special and distinguished guests to step on the podium for the opening panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Director General, and thank you, Anush, for bringing us here today and convening this wonderful event. It's a real honour for me to moderate this high-level opening of the first World Trade Congress on Gender. And as you've heard from the DG, we're absolutely privileged with an exceptional panel this morning. The way that we're going to format our discussion is to have a response from each of the panelists to an initial question, and then get into more detail with them in further questions. The first question that we have today is, in the current global context, what is your definition of sustainable trade and how can we achieve it? And I would like to invite the Right Honourable Kemi Badenoch, Secretary of State for International Trade and Minister for Women and Equalities of the UK, to respond first, followed by Minister Maria Luisa Hayem, Minister of Economy of El Salvador and former WTO delegate, very familiar with this room, to respond first. Thank you, Minister. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I'll start off by saying what a pleasure it is to be here. I've been the Secretary of State for International Trade for just under 3 months. And I think this is actually a groundbreaking conference. So thank you to WTO and to Ngozi in particular for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to set out my stall. And I hope that this certainly will be something that we see more frequently going forwards as well. So the question was around my definition of sustainable trade and how we can achieve it. And whenever I get a question like that, I start off by asking, what exactly is it that we mean by sustainable? It's very easy for all of us to assume we're talking about the same thing. And when I talk about sustainability, I'm talking about thinking about the future. What are we handing over to the next generation? What is it that we're doing that makes sure that whatever legacy we pass down is better than the one that we as a generation inherited? And thinking about that in the context of trade. So how can we make sure that trade is better for the future? That we're not just thinking about today, but thinking about tomorrow. What are we doing that's going to make sure that all of our activities are improved? And one of the key things that we look at within trade is looking at how it creates jobs, leads to greater economic diversification, innovation, and poverty reduction, all of which have a direct impact on gender, which is the topic that we're talking about today. So from the UK's perspective, we are obviously committed to the Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 5 on gender equality. We're also committed to the transition to net zero. And for me, sustainable trade looks at both of those two issues in a combined way. We have to unlock economic growth and job creation that trade offers, whilst ensuring that we're doing as much as we can for women and girls and meeting our climate goals. It's about making sure that everybody has access to the benefits of trade. There are some fantastic statistics, or rather I should say fantastic in the fact that we know them. They're not great statistics around what we're doing for women. According to the UN, women make up half the world's population, but only contribute 37% of global GDP. You would have heard the Director General giving lots more facts and statistics about how well women are or are not doing around the world. Obviously, some countries are doing better than others. In my view, sustainability is about thinking broadly about what we can do, not just in places like Switzerland or in the UK, but how our activities impact places around the world. We do want to increase the number of women in the labor markets. We do want to see an increase in productivity and GDP. So we are leading the way, by example, in negotiating standalone trade and gender equality chapters in our free trade agreements. That's an example of what we're doing. We know that those free trade agreements are going to last for many decades, many years into the future. So for example, with Australia and New Zealand, we had gender chapters and also environment chapters, which are groundbreaking. These are not things that you typically see in the FTAs. And we were able to get Australia to actually put in one on the environment, which is not one that they had done in any of their previous FTAs. So we're using our influence to encourage other countries to come along on this journey in terms of making the world a better place for everyone, in particular women and girls who have had a pretty rough deal so far. We also have several programs which we doing our foreign Commonwealth Office promotes the She Trades Commonwealth Programme, which is a UK-led trade and gender initiative, which aims to increase economic growth and job creation in Commonwealth countries. And what it does is it is increasing participation of women-owned businesses in international trade and improving access to export opportunities. We also have She Trades Outlook, which has helped developing countries collect data and best practices on trade policy that affects women entrepreneurs and their businesses, which enables that systemic information sharing that allows us to get the evidence which shows what the statistics are. If we don't know what's going on, then we cannot tailor the policy in the right way in order to improve lives for people. And I'm very pleased to say that to date, 32 Commonwealth countries have completed their national information in the She Trades Outlook Global Database. And those are some of the examples of how we are thinking about the future, but also bringing more countries more broadly, sharing into these sorts of practices, sharing best practice globally in order to improve lives and also demonstrate sustainable trade, not just in words, but in action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Turning now to Minister Hayem, your views on sustainable trade and how we achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Kelly. It's a real honor, and I'm actually very excited to be here at the WTO, the place where I actually started my career, my professional career 20 years ago. And I'm very excited to be here after 20 years after, but also several international organizations after. I've been working in the international development world for the past 20 years, and I'm now giving back to my country and an area that I'm working and we're trying to promote that equality is in the gender front. Not looking at gender as a separate agenda, but basically having gender be part of everything that we do. And I think that's an approach that we should be taking not as a separate topic, but something that should be inherent in everything that we do, and in the analysis of the projects that we implement. Turning to Ambassador Kelly's question, we see sustainable trade from two perspectives and linked, of course. One is sustainable trade from the perspective of how what we do, government do, and what companies do is in harmony with the environment. And the other perspective is the sustainability in time, how we create the conditions so that the trade that we're seeing today is a trade that's going to continue in the future, but it's a trade that's going to be high. It's an increased trade that we're hoping to see in the future, and it's a trade that it's going to more and more see the role of women being part of it. So how to achieve these two, I don't want to say different sustainable trades because we're talking about the same thing, but how do we achieve a trade that's sustainable and that protects our environment? And here the government has a role to play, but also companies have a huge role to play. And we're happy to see in the case of El Salvador, where more and more we're seeing good practices in order to protect our environment, including a better use of water, including a recycling process, for instance, in the plastic sector. So this is something that it's fortunately happened, but we need to strengthen, and we need to make it horizontal in all sectors to make sure that the future that we leave for future generations, it's a good future. In terms of the role of the government, the example of El Salvador that I would want to share this morning with you all is we have made a partnership with the IFC, the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank, in order to promote certifications of clean production so that companies can adopt the machinery that they need, that it's going to produce in a friendly, in a way that it's friendly with the environment. We have created, we're soon to launch our committee for clean production, where different ministries are also part of it. And we have already developed two standards or guidelines for companies to adopt. So in the case of the sustainable trade that it's consistent and in harmony with the environment, we see the role, of course, of the government, companies, but also international organizations. In terms of how we're going to achieve that sustainable trade in time, and I think that's very important, because we need to be proactive and we need to be prepared for what's going to happen next. COVID pandemic was pretty blunt and left many messages and learnings on how things can change from one day to another. And in this sense, the more we have legal certainty in our countries, the more we have strong legal frameworks. The trade facilitation, investment facilitation has to be in place in order to make sure that the trade that we see in the future is a sustainable trade. Again, with the incorporation of women as in an equal manner as men. And we'll talk more about this, but we also see the international organizations being part of this process, and a big responsibility, not only by creating the legal frameworks that we need, but also in implementing them, in providing the technical assistance and the financing specifically for developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you to both ministers. There's some really inspiring policy responses to current challenges in what you're progressing. Turning now to international institutions, can I hand over to Pedro Manuel Moreno to give us his view on sustainable development?
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you for having us here. This is really a great initiative. I hope that the 2 years period that we are aiming for can be reduced to every year, because really this is a great initiative. We are so happy to be part of it and to to continue developing this. I don't think that I can elaborate much more on the definition of sustainable trade, because I think it's like very much said by the other experts. I liked a lot the what you, Minister, said about the having in mind the future and what we are leaving our future generations, including the social, the economic, and the environmental aspects of sustainability. So I would go more on the how can we achieve this sustainable trade, and I would say that all in all, we would say that we need to make trade more inclusive, greener, and of a greater economic value that is shared more equally. To make trade more inclusive, I would say that to some extent this has happened as developing countries could increase their share in global trade over the last decades, but this share has been shared unequally and unevenly. Actually, not in all regions trade has increased, and for example in Latin America or in Africa, the share of global trade has even decreased since UNCTAD was created in 1964. For the least developed countries, their share has hardly moved despite the commitment of the international community to double that share. We also need to make trade greener, which also means that way trade will be also sustainable. A promising avenue is biotrade, for example, that is a trade that respects people and nature. And though this is still a very niche product, it is growing fast. Biotrade goods increased from $40 million in 2003 to $10.2 billion in 2020. Climate change is also changing the patterns of what countries can produce, can trade, and can consume. And this implies that countries need to adapt also and enhance their trade climate readiness. In many developing countries, key sectors of the economy are affected by climate change. And for instance, agriculture, fisheries, and tourism constitute about 17% of exports of developing countries. For seeds, this figure goes up to 35%. And lastly, trade needs to generate more economic value that is going to be shared more equally. The value of international trade has grown rapidly over the last decades, from $4 to $3.3 trillion in 1990 to $28.3 trillion in 2021, almost 7 times more. As the vast majority of trade happens through global value chains, participation in these global value chains is critical to benefit from trade, especially for women. Also, the ability to adapt to how trade is changing is important, such as the digitalization of trade, where we also see a huge gap on women's access and participation. There are many policies and tools that can foster sustainable trade as well. For instance, the voluntary sustainability standards that can help align trade with various aspects of sustainability, such as better employment conditions, climate change, biodiversity, or human rights. So I would say these 3 dimensions we should look at very carefully on the development of this Congress. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you. And the final word on sustainable trade and how we can achieve it goes to Pamela Cook-Hamilton, Executive Director of ITC.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. It's always hard when you come last. I mean, what am I supposed to say now? But I think I agree with everything that has been said so far. When I was thinking about the concept of sustainable trade and what does it mean, for me, I'm coming from a developing country. For me, sustainable trade literally is how does trade serve the interest of those who are underserved, those most vulnerable. If it doesn't do that, it's not sustainable. And I think we need to get to the practical version of what is sustainable trade. And therefore, we need what I call a comprehensive, all-encompassing approach to reducing poverty and to increasing access for those who do not have it at this stage and those who are in the most vulnerable positions. So agreeing with what has been said about it being inclusive and resilient, because it can be inclusive but not resilient. And I think both go together. One of the things that we've seen over the last 2 years in terms of women's, how they have been disproportionately affected by COVID has kind of just put in very stark relief what lack of inclusion has done and how quickly gains can be undone in a simple 2-year period. And therefore, to ensure that it is more embedded, that it actually can be maintained and sustained, we have to be more proactive and deliberate about putting in place women's policies that help women in international trade, policies that enable women to access finance, policies that actually support the inclusion of women in global value chains and so on. And so one of the things that we do at ITC, and I really want to thank Minister Badenoch for her nice, I think we should, did anybody tape that? Because we want to use it for our future propaganda. But thank you so much for that. I think one of the things what we've been very fortunate is to have the support of many donors on the She Trades program. And the Commonwealth She Trades program has been one of the best performing programs that we've had, and we're very grateful for that. Thank you. And the She Trades Outlook, as it has already been adopted by I think 46 countries, but 38 Commonwealth countries, is one of those measures that is very important in terms of ensuring that policy frameworks are embedded in government policy for women. Because once you have that, it's very hard to take it back out. And so the She Trades Outlook allows you to measure, to assess, and then to implement. And that's a very important tool. I also want to say it's important to build competitiveness for women across the value chain. And this includes the digitalization. One of the things that was clear during COVID was how impactful going digital was for women businesses. Those who were able to make that transition quickly were actually able to survive and thrive. Those who were not went under. And so the importance of having digital access, connectivity for women is going to be even more critical as we move towards more e-commerce, more online marketing, and all the other measures that are now being affected by the digital framework. Another area is government, well, not just government procurement across the board, because I've raised it even in the context of the UN system, that the UN is probably one of the largest procurers in the world, given its breadth. And there is no built-in system for women procurement. And I kind of wonder why. But I'm just asking. But the point is that there needs to be embedded in not just government, but international institutions, a kind of carve out that says women get 20% access, whatever it is, but it allows you to have an embedded framework that women can definitely have access to without having to join the melee of competition, and also those who've been used to it. Finally, what I'd say is that women are naturally at a disadvantage with respect to the issue of access to finance. This is a huge issue. And the reasons for that are multiple. But of course, we know there's cultural, there's collateral issues, there's the fact that some women don't even have ownership of their own property, well, their husband's property. And there are many situations, as we know. So how do we enable women to have access to finance in a way that is affordable, that gives them the ability to invest in their businesses, but also gives them the ability to access value chains along which they can become more profitable? So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you both for landing us in a very good position to move on to our more detailed questions with each of our speakers. I'm going to start again with Minister Badenoch and ask you a two-part question, Minister. Firstly, how do you think data and research can support gender responsive policy making? And then to highlight the WTO specifically, what would you see as a good outcome on gender equality at the 13th Ministerial Conference?
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that better? Yes. Thank you, Your Excellency. Those are two very good questions. And I think, again, I would start by looking at what the purpose of the data and research we're collecting is for. It's to inform the decision-making, inform our policy-making. As I made, as I said earlier in my earlier comments, that if we don't know what's going on, then we can't have the right policy to tackle the issue. So as an example, during COVID-19, one of the things that we discovered as we were looking at the data that was coming out was that women were more likely to be furloughed from the jobs that they had, more likely to work in the services sector, but also men were more likely to be made redundant from their jobs. And that the jobs that women had in the services sectors more impacted. However, the public sector, health and education, people were not furloughed, people were not made redundant. And so making sure that we get a whole picture of what's going on. I think one of the difficulties we have in this space is that when we're talking about gender and women, we start to almost assume that we are in isolation, that there's a place where there's some women doing some things and a separate place where there's some men doing some other things. Women are mothers to boys, they are daughters looking after fathers, men are fathers to daughters, we're spouses to each other. So we like to think about it in terms of not just individuals, but also families, and knowing what's happening to each gender also shows what's happening with families. So for example, knowing that women were much more likely to have to go to work has an impact on what you're doing with schools. What are we doing on childcare? Schools being open has an impact. So you have to factor that into the decision making around whether to open schools or not. What's going to happen to the children? We know that women are more likely to be carers, and if we're expecting them to go out to do more within the health sector or to do the teaching, what kind of impact is that going to have? So all of it feeds in, all of the information that if you're a woman working in the health sector and your husband has just lost his job, that's going to be a very, and you have children that are at school, that's going to be a very difficult circumstance from just one woman who's going to work and is being paid to stay at home. So looking at the multi-factors that are affecting women's lives is absolutely key. So the data that we have about employment ratios of men and women in sectors, as well as on the size of their business, also has an impact on, we talked about COVID policy, but on trade. So the impact of imports and exports on the UK's labour market, we are measuring by sector, by region, and by personal characteristics, including gender. So I'm the Minister for Women and Equalities, not just the Minister for Women. So we look at things even through the lens of race. We look at things through the lens of religion and age and all of those things, because they're all factors that make a difference in people's lives. So our estimates suggest that men currently are in exporting activity disproportionately. So of all the full-time jobs that directly and are indirectly supported by exports, 40% are held by women and 60% are held by men. And we also have evidence that women-led businesses benefit more from the trade policy measures than men-led businesses, because they are smaller and because they are younger. So what this tells us is that we can adapt our trade policy to get greater gains. We can generate more gains by targeting support to those types of businesses. And that does lead to economic growth and to job creation. And we have existing international commitments to data and research that will help us to further increase our understanding of those current challenges and actions we can take. And they were captured in the 11th Ministerial Conference Declaration. So we want all countries to increase their data collection analysis and adapt their policy work accordingly to maximize trading opportunities across economies. But one of the things that I think that does need more focus is on transparency. Transparency is a very key aspect. It's not just producing data, but showing how we're producing the data, making sure that all of the data we're using is consistent. If we're using different metrics or different definitions, and the data that's coming out is not clean. I say this as an engineer. I'm very, very obsessed about clean data and good data, not just data. We need to make sure we're not just churning out information, but that what we are churning out is useful. So as an example, one of the things that we do in the UK is gender pay gap reporting. And many people don't understand what gender pay gap reporting is. They think it's just looking at whether men are being paid more than women. But it's about looking at the makeup of your workforce. Which jobs are people doing? You can have loads of women and one man who's at the top. That impacts what the gender pay gap is. You can have one woman at the top and running a business made up of men. It changes what the statistics are. But the key thing about gender pay gap reporting is that it forces businesses to think about what they are doing. And this is what looking at things through a gender lens means. It doesn't just mean putting the word gender inside the existing statement that you had. It means thinking genuinely about what are we doing? How does this impact the lives of women? And that's what a meaningful way of using data and research can produce. And we have seen the gap close. And it's not because the government is chasing down the companies that have large gender pay gaps, but it's also because many companies didn't realize this about themselves, because it's very granular, very specific data. And we publish this data, and that's what transparency can do. And your second question was on what would be a good outcome at the 13th Ministerial Conference. So hopefully I'll still be in post then, and then we can see how well we have done over the last 2 years. You never know. But the UK is a strong supporter of that joint declaration, as I mentioned, and the commitments are still relevant. They require us to collect the data that I've just been talking about, but also to share best practice. So it's not just about one country doing things well and then congratulating. If it's just one country doing it, then that means that the rest of the world is not improving. So we have to share best practice as much as possible and work together to remove those barriers and support the participation of women in trade, which is what this conference is about. It's not just doing things for women in general, but in every single aspect. And I, as the Trade Secretary, will be looking at that in trade. So I'm very pleased with the recognition in the 12th declaration, 12th Ministerial Conference Declaration outcome document of the importance of women's economic empowerment as part of the inclusive and the sustainable growth that we've been talking about. Even if global events sometimes make things difficult, I know we didn't get a full multilateral declaration. Russia and Ukraine was taking place at the time, and we can see the impact that war has had on women. We can see the impact that has had on Ukraine in terms of their exports. Those will be lots of businesses, lots of sectors that are employing women. We have had a huge influx across Europe in terms of refugees. We know that primarily they have been women and children, and all of this will be showing workforce depletion, sector depletion, and people who may find it harder to go back into work. There's a lot of work that we're trying to do in the UK in terms of infrastructure redevelopment and building back better for Ukraine. So those are some of the things which I hope when we're having the 13th ministerial declaration, we will have some good news there. And I know that we'll continue to make progress through the multilateral trading system. So at the next conference, we'll be pressing for an ambitious declaration on this issue, recognizing the barriers to trade for women and how we can overcome them. And this should commit all of us to better understand the impact that trade has on women and men across the work of the WTO and its committees. Will progress research and analysis and recognize that barriers come from a range of issues, including the lifestyles that women have, often in terms of unpaid care and domestic work, which we have to undertake. So I know that the title of the near final draft for that last conference was Joint Ministerial Declaration on the Advancement of Gender Equality and Women's Economic Empowerment within Trade. I hope next time could be shorter, because that was very long, and that we can have something which the rest of the world can see that at the WTO things actually happen. It's not just talking, but that we are having meaningful change and lots of good action. And I'm looking forward to working with the Director General in order to achieve that. So that's what I hope will be the outcome for the next conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You've set us some very clear objectives there. Moving on to Minister Hayam, another two-part question. Could you tell us whether you would say that women are at the core of economic recovery and why? And where do you see the role of the WTO in building a gender-responsive recovery? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I think El Salvador, or the participation of women in El Salvador, has been clear and has been key, especially since the past 3.5 years, I would say. It was in June 2019 when the new government decided to have a parity in the cabinet of ministers. So we started the government, this administration, the administration of President Bukele started in June 2019, almost preparing for what was coming next, the pandemic that got to El Salvador in early 2020. So the fact that there was equal amount of women and men leading the different agencies that were key in going through the pandemic and solving all the issues that came with the pandemic was important. And El Salvador is now recognized as being one of the countries that better managed the pandemic in terms of the actions that were taken in a proactive manner, but also in terms of vaccinations that were able to have a large coverage of different doses in a short period of time. So the role of women in the government was key in the not only in the health front, but also in the economic side of things. We're able to implement one of the biggest projects in order to provide financing to companies that if they wouldn't have received this financing, they wouldn't have survived the pandemic. But also we have seen very interesting, I would say, situations happening in El Salvador. And just a little bit on data, since August 2020, when the restrictions, economic restrictions were eliminated and our economy started boosting, up until now, where El Salvador is showing the best indicators in terms of its economy. And we can see that from August 2020 to September 22, we have seen more than 50,000 employments being created for women. If we compare this with men, this is a larger proportion, and we see a 21% increase of women hires compared to men that have increased 18%. So this is something that it sends very clear signals. Women are being more and more part of the economy. But also talking about trade facilitation, which is one of the topics that I have very close to my heart, El Salvador has been positioned in the UNCTAD, in a recent UNCTAD indicator about trade facilitation sustainability. It has been, El Salvador has been positioned in a very high level compared to other Latin American countries. And one of the reasons why this is happening is because of the participation of women in our national committee. We have seven representatives of the private sector, of private sector associations, and 4 of them are women. And of course, leading government agencies also, there's a significant amount of women also leading government institutions. But leaving aside an indicator, which for us is very important because we're positioning El Salvador, thanks to the work that we have been doing in this Trade Facilitation Committee. Last year, El Salvador, it had contributed to this economic growth that we're seeing, and El Salvador last year had an economic growth of 10.3%. Our exports are above 30% increase compared to 2020. And of course, 2020 was a year and a not typical year, but still we keep seeing this trend where exports are increasing, investments are increasing, imports that are very important for our production, local production for exports are also are also increasing. So we're seeing these good indicators on what's happening in our economy, but at the same time, we're seeing more participation of women in the labor force and also more participation of women in leading positions within the government, but also the private sector. Also, something very interesting and that helped us go through the pandemic was the fact that companies had the ability to reconvert very easily or easily very fast. Maybe it was difficult for companies, but because of the resiliency and the entrepreneurship spirit, El Salvador was one of the countries, for instance, that was able to export equipment to address the pandemic to countries like the US, medical equipment that was used to address this situation and to a country that has high standards. So, and I mentioned the textile sector because again, women has a very important role in the textile sector. So again, women shows up as being part of this recovery. Also, we saw a lot of new entrepreneurships and new entrepreneurs popping up in order to be able to go through the pandemic. And again, women were largely leading these new businesses that came up during pandemic. We're seeing the creation more and more the creation of online platforms in order for women to sell locally and exports. And just to give you an example, one that we're working recently, there's 55 entrepreneurs that participate in this online platform, again selling mainly locally, but now trying to export, and 52 of these entrepreneurships are led by women. So it's very clear that in El Salvador, from what we're seeing in our data, we're seeing, and in our experience, daily experience, we're seeing more and more leadership of women. So to respond to Ambassador Kelly's question, we definitely see that women has been in the core of economic recovery in El Salvador. Again, we're seeing the best indicators in our economy that we've never seen in the past, and women had a very important role in this recovery. And we see that women more and more will keep having a very important role to play and a contribution to play in this sustainable trade and this sustainable growth that I was mentioning earlier. In terms of what's the role of WTO in order to keep promoting these good news that I've shared, we definitely think that keep developing these frameworks, legal frameworks, like the Trade Facilitation Agreement, like the services, in terms of services facilitation, also the recently domestic regulation agreement that was adopted. All these things will promote an economic development where women will have a role to play. But also from El Salvador, we do think that having for instance, preferences, trade preferences in order to promote development hasn't been there hasn't been a direct link between the preferences and the agreements that we sign. Not necessarily they become a development tool. And here is where we believe that there has to be joint efforts from international organizations and also local governments in order to make sure that there are these plans in order to take advantage of this legal framework. And in the case of El Salvador, we have developed, we have preferences with more than 40 countries around the world, but unfortunately, having a legal agreement was not necessarily what translated to more trade and more opportunities. So implementing complementary actions like these plans, where we identify what are those products that are maybe the key or star products, like I call them, that can go to the destination country and work together to make sure that the countries have the capacity in terms of having the right certification, having the right machinery in order to reach the scale they need, and working with these companies to make sure that there are no barriers in the exports of these products, linking them with buyers. I think that there's a lot that we can do, like I say, to help the invisible hand do its job. I think if it's a matter of putting the dots together, it's not to do the work of the private sector in any way, shape, or form, but we believe that a part of the legal frameworks, which are very important and we need, there's also we need to all work together in order to make sure that we all take advantage of these legal frameworks. Also projects, currently we're designing a project with one of the largest courier companies in the world in order to provide the tools for, in this specific case, for women to be able to export and be able to sell their goods and not have these huge costs in order to export goods. I was talking to an entrepreneur recently. She was saying that the cost of sending the good is the double of what the good costs, right? So if we don't come all to the table and bring and all contribute, meaning private sector, government, international organizations, academia, civil society, that's the only way we see that all the work that we do at WTO and all the work that we do within our free trade agreements is going to translate in more opportunities for women and men. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those fascinating insights. Moving on now to perspectives from our expert international organizations in Geneva, I'm going to start again with our UNCTAD Deputy Director General. Deputy Director General Moreno, how would you assess the impact of crises on women? And what do you see as the role of trade policy in accelerating post-conflict recovery for women's benefit?
Thank you, Ambassador. It's very interesting, this question, because we all know that crises are not gender neutral. We all know that. And yet every crisis we assess the impact of women and say, women and girls are disproportionately affected, and we still don't have, a new crisis comes and we still don't have the protection measures and the policies in place to avoid the impact that we already know that is going to cause on women and girls. So, and they are not gender neutrals for reasons. First, the access to a labor market and the labor market participation. We all know that there are more women in the informal sector, meaning that they will have less protection system and their jobs will be more likely to be cut in times of spending cuts. The second reason is the access to finance. Women have less access to finance, meaning that their businesses don't have the liquidity to prosper and to function and to survive. Three, in crisis, we all know also that girls are at a higher risk to be taken out of school, be for compensate for income loss or for take up care responsibilities. And this, which is a very concrete effect, has really negative long-term effects, as we all know. And fourth, crises are associated with an increase in gender-based violence, which is actually a very worrying and hidden phase of the crisis. And the recent COVID and cost of living crisis, Ambassador, are no exception of this. We have some data proving that during the pandemic, for example, around 4.2% of women and 3% of men lost their jobs, according to ILO. Many women left the labor market altogether as they took up a disproportionate share of care responsibilities, which resulted in a big reversal on the gains, hard-won gains on gender equality that we had achieved before. As you all know, UNCTAD coordinates the work of the Global Crisis Response Group on Fuel, Food and Finance, tasked by the UN Secretary General. And we have also studied the impact of women and girls of this crisis. And the work showed also that gender gaps widened, especially by increasing women and girls' rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and energy poverty. What is important is that recovery policies, of course, are gender sensitive, that we have some preset measures in place to preclude some of the negative effects of the crisis that we all know that will happen. And that links to the second part of your question, Ambassador. What is the role of trade policy in accelerating post-conflict recovery for women's benefit? As we all know, trade plays an important role for recovery because the food, fertilizer, and energy crisis, or the COVID crisis that we mentioned before, have been clear reminders of this and how important global supply chains are for our societies to function and prosper. They can collapse basically everything related to trade. But we do not only need trade to recover, we need to make trade more inclusive. And this means that we need to broaden the number of winners, which in turn means that we need to ensure that trade includes and benefits more women and that the distributional effects of trade are fairer. I want to share 4 concrete examples on how trade or trade-related policy can foster more inclusive outcomes, especially for women, very brief. My first example relates to trade agreements and thus trade policy making. And having here 2 prominent ministers, I think that they will, this will resonate with them as well, because they are champions of this. There is increasing visibility and recognition of gender issues in trade agreements. We must admit that. While the 2016 free trade agreement between Chile and Uruguay was the first FTA to include a gender chapter, today more than 80 regional and bilateral trade agreements include at least one provision mentioning explicitly gender or women. The way gender perspective has been incorporated differs from one agreement to another, but I think it's a good way and it's a good path that we have open. My second example is on how gender policies and practices of multinational enterprises affect gender equality in host countries. As the vast majority of trade happens through multinationals, this channel matters a lot, and we need also to focus specifically on this one. Our research showed that multinational enterprises affect gender equality in host countries directly through employment practices in foreign affiliates, such as non-discrimination policies for equality in hiring practices. There is also an indirect effect through spillovers to local labor markets. In fact, our case studies from Africa, Asia, and Latin America are the first to present empirical evidence on the indirect spillover effects to local firms and labor markets. We can make the studies available to you later. The third example relates to the challenge and opportunities of digitalization and technological advances, and the extent to which women can seize these opportunities or face constraints. We have investigated which countries and within countries, which segments of the population have been able to benefit from digitalization. For instance, in India, farmers can turn on water pumps remotely thanks to remote controls on mobile phones. Not only does it help farmers to use water more efficiently, it also saves time to go and turn on pumps and reduces risks, especially for women. In your first question to the panel, I briefly mentioned the voluntary sustainability standards, VSS. VSS have the potential to improve employment conditions, for example, by requiring compliance with equal wage criteria in order to receive certification. This can be particularly beneficial to women workers who are disproportionately crowded into casual and temporary jobs, where lower wages and precarious conditions are more common. At the WTO, some remarkable steps have been taken on women in trade. At MC11 in Buenos Aires in 2017, for the first time, gender equality issues were discussed at a high-level meeting dealing with trade policy. This resulted in the Joint Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment. Also, setting up the informal working group on trade and gender in 2021 was another important step, as it is today, as I said at the beginning, this first World Trade Congress on Gender. The Congress provides a useful space to discuss and to reflect on how trade policies can be a tool to close gender gaps. In closing, today the saying trade is gender neutral has been overcome. But we still have a long journey to go. It remains a fact that women and men do not face the same conditions in which they participate in and benefit from trade. We need a better understanding of the relations between labor and capital, industrialization and gender, or gender and trade from a macro perspective. Gender work should also be more cognizant of power structures and the different roles women and men play as producers, consumers, and decision makers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights. And moving on to Pamela, how do you see the role of ITC in mitigating the impact of crises on women? And following on from that, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is still very vivid, especially for women. And how do you see the role of women and female entrepreneurs in building back better post-crisis? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well, let me start with the second question first, because I think it leads to what ITC is doing. I think the first thing I need to say is that, the Harvard Business Review, McKinsey, and also the Boston Consulting Group all have produced studies that have shown that including more women in their businesses has actually increased their bottom line, has increased their productivity and their growth. And therefore, it means that building back better must, by extension, include women. Because if you really want to improve your bottom line, if you want to increase your growth, then it would seem purely common sense that you would include a full gender equality in what you do. Now, one of the things that we found over the last 2 years is women often work or own businesses that support their families, and they make household income decisions. So when women gain, the society gains, the community gains. And we've seen this so often, especially in our work in Africa, where we have been able to work with one woman who was able to put in solar panels in 60 homes, bringing 9,000 people getting electricity for the first time. And as a result, and that's just $250,000 to one woman. And that's the part of leveraging that we think is important, because women tend to always focus on around them as opposed to just the bottom line. They look at how do they empower others. We also find that, when we employ more women in leadership, it actually not only helps the business, but it also tends to have a knock-on effect to employing more younger women. And I think the issue of younger women and mentoring is also very important and tends to be overlooked. One of the things that I've always wondered about is why don't we also work more with girls? And so one of the things we are looking at is having a She Trades Girls program, which will actually then begin, before you get to being a woman. I mean, it tends to happen. The natural knock-on. But we keep pulling people out of the river at the bottom. And as Desmond Tutu said, why don't we find out why they're falling in? And so I had a very insightful discussion with the president of Niger last week in Niamey. And he was saying how concerned he was about the fact that girls are getting married and having children from 14. And by the time they're 20, they have 4. And so how do we intervene before that? How do we ensure that girls are not already sidelined by the time they get to 22 and therefore try to fix the problem after the fact? So that's one of the important things. I think we have to look at the opportunities that have been presented. The changing consumer demand, as Pedro talked about the VSS and sustainability standards. This is going to be very important as we move through in the future. And so women need to also become more aware of what will be needed to meet standards, what will be needed to meet the new consumer demands for sustainable development and sustainability. What are the opportunities in the value chains that have been created? Digitalization also very important in terms of business for women. And we've been working with a lot of women, especially through the She Trades program, on going online, on linking to companies like Amazon, like Etsy, you know, these online platforms that can actually expand their access to markets. And we also need to look at supply chain diversification. What we found is a lot more women, because of nearshoring, are able to now offer work in areas where they wouldn't normally have been able to, and that it offers opportunities in a domestic market that didn't exist before. And so how do we look at how the COVID crisis has actually impacted changes in trade and supply chain diversification? So building back better, I think a couple of the things that we need to look at is, one, ensuring that we are including women in the public procurement process. We're talking about women having less than 1% of the public procurement market, which is a $15 to $20 trillion market. It doesn't make any sense. And so we need to talk about that. We need to also talk about how, you know, we not only promote increased access to the internet, because access is one thing, affordability is another. And we keep talking about connectivity and affordability as if it just happens because, you know, no. We need to look at how practically do we get women actually connected? Do we need to set up systems using green methodology? I saw something at COP about 3 weeks ago, that basically has these containers. And I know we have containers in the Caribbean by the millions because we import everything, but that's another story. The point is that you have these containers that have been set up that actually have both wind and solar energy that actually then produce internet capacity for connectivity. And it's not expensive, it is user-friendly, and it works with the environment within which they exist. And so I think these are the kinds of things that we need to look at. The other thing is partnerships. What we're doing here today is a typical example of the kind of partnerships that we need to look at. How does WTO, ITC, UNCTAD, WIPO, ITU, other organizations, how do we all pull together with our different strengths to ensure that we are serving the needs of women and women's economic empowerment? Pedro mentioned trade agreements. I think while I'm all for trade agreements, one of the biggest challenges I have with trade agreements, having negotiated several of them, is that unless they're translated into practical, applicable, they're just nice pieces of paper that trade policy wonks like us like. But when it comes to the real world, is it applicable? So we have to have that mechanism that translates from the inclusion to the actual application in the real world. And I think that is important. On the role of ITC, as I've said, we've not just only done the She Trades initiative, the She Trades Outlook, we're also looking at ensuring that we have mechanisms that also try to address the access to finance gap, because that is a huge, huge problem that we found. As much as women have become more internet savvy and more connected and more, you know, able to access markets, they need that bridging mechanism, that bridge funding that will help them make that first step. And that is still sorely missing. It's much harder for women to access. I always tell the story of, you know, when I went to the bank to get a mortgage, they asked me where my husband was. I mean, in this, you know, I mean, seriously? No, what I'm saying, and if they ask me that, can you imagine what they ask a small entrepreneur who just has, you know, an idea and wants to do something? So I think there's still these challenges that women face. And one of the things that we're trying to do is how do we practically enable women to have access to finance through different modalities and different mechanisms, by partnering with each other and by looking at the options that are out there. We also continue to support women with direct policy work with governments. How do we help them adopt things like She Trades Outlook and so on? And I think at the end of the day, it is ensuring that we are deliberate. And I keep using that word deliberate because it won't happen by accident. It has to be deliberate, it has to be tailored, it has to be direct, and it has to be intentional. And that's how we hope to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Deliberate, tailored, and direct. Those are words to live by, I think. We have 5 minutes before we need to wrap up. So I'd like to provide a very short opportunity to any of you or all of you for one final thought or takeaway. And I could turn to you first, Pamela, if you'd like, or...
Yeah, so I'm so used to being last that I kind of,
I thought I'd reverse things. Shake it up.
it's me first. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I think it's always important, especially in a Congress like this, that we bring together all the potential partners in the arena of international trade. ITC stands ready to continue to work with the WTO, UNCTAD, and as I said, all the other WIPO, ITU, and so on, to basically create a system for women entrepreneurship and women's economic empowerment that surpasses and the sum of its parts. So excellent. Thanks.
Minister, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think I'm an optimistic person, so I'm sure we have a bright future ahead, but that bright future will depend on how much we address the root causes of this disparity. And I think a lot of the work in the future has to be put on that. We can have the best free trade agreements, the best legal frameworks. By the way, we're very happy that we're working on our investment facilitation agreement, that we're already working within El Salvador to make sure that we have the best conditions for investment. But aside of that, and all the projects that I've mentioned that we have shared here, we need to do a big work still on what happens in households, in families, how girls and boys are raised has a lot to do. Myself, I come from a Latin American country where I was used that pink is for girls, light blue is for boys, and we have to start creating that equality within our households at an early stage. That's one of the things that I believe will be core, and of course in schools also this need to happen. Also, I believe women, we have a huge role in order to be examples for other women and support other women in order to achieve higher goals that maybe other women think they cannot achieve. Mentoring programs, I'm passionate for mentoring. I think it's a super powerful tool. And when I talk about mentoring, I don't see only women mentoring women. I think it's actually a great idea that men would be mentoring women too, so that we also learn from the way of thinking of men. I think that's again a powerful tool in order to bring women up to the same level as men in terms of the participation in the economy. Also, I don't know if men has this critical voice talking to your brain like a lot of women we do have, and I think stop listening and put on mute that critical voice of you cannot do it, that's too hard, I cannot apply to this job. I think that critical voice should be muted, and women should be able to take risks as men do more than women most of the time, unfortunately. And I think that's also critical and basic. As Director General mentioned, bringing men to the conversation, it's key. This cannot be a conversation that only women can have. So looking at the future, I hope, and I'm being optimistic that we will not have to need to have the conversation that we're having these days. This is a conversation that we shouldn't be having right now. This is something that should have been solved in the past. So looking at the future, we hope that we can all work together in order to bring this issue out of the table. It has to be just normal to have women and men in the same place. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Badenoch, any final reflection?
Thank you, Your Excellency. I do, and it goes back to the first question which you asked about sustainability, and just having listened to all the comments from the fellow panelists, and reminding ourselves of what I said sustainability was, which was preparing for the future. But I think some of that also means anticipating difficulty. And we all know that we have these agreements, but as Pamela was saying, but domestic priorities will always get in the way. Unexpected events will always happen. This time last year, nobody was even thinking about Russia and Ukraine escalating to the state that it had been. So we need frameworks which are resilient, and which mean that irrespective of what's happening, we're still able to continue and plan for the future. And it touches on what Pamela said about free trade agreements. We do need to make sure the free trade agreements are thinking about the future in mind, not just what we're doing today, which is why we're having chapters on digital trade, as Director General mentioned. But Pamela's also right that an agreement is still just an agreement. And the way I describe it in the UK is that free trade agreements are like the motorway. It's a road that you're building, but on its own, it's nothing. It's the cars going back and forth that are the critical thing. If they're not using the road, then there's no point in having it. There's no point in having an agreement if we don't have exports and investment. And we don't talk about investment enough, which is the point I wanted to bring in as we wrap up, because investment is also very much about the future. Much of the systems that we've set up are about physical goods, very 20th century tariffs and so on. But we also now need to think about the digital services and also investments. It's all linked together. None of these things are isolated. Investment creates growth. The growth creates the jobs encourages people to be able to export. That creates profit. And when people see profit, they want to invest more, and all of it is linked together. So we must make sure that when we're thinking about the future, it's all of these items together and not just separately in isolation. And I think then we'll get where we need to. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And then the final word goes to you, Director General.
Thank you, the man. Thank you, Ambassador. There's a very recent UN Women, UNDESA study. I'm sure that you all know about that. Very recent, that says that it may take up to 300 years to achieve full gender equality. 300 years. How many future generations fit in there, Minister? So we need to speed up progress, and I think that's why this Congress is a very concrete example on how to approach the research community, the policymakers community, to propose solutions, to anticipate risks, to propose policy solutions, and to move from advocating for rights to actually ensuring rights, from discussing whether or not women should participate in this or that, to actually make sure that they participate, that they are equally represented, etc. For that, we need your research, we need your ideas, we need the policy solutions that come out of this fora. And from an international organization perspective, and following my colleagues, we really welcome that and can't wait to the results and the outcomes of this Congress. And I thank you again, WTO, my fellow panel members. It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings our high-level opening session to a close. And the collective message we heard today was clear that women constitute an economic force globally and contribute to countries' development. Before we end, I would like you to join me in thanking our really exceptional panel for sharing their thoughts, ideas, and insights with us with a round of applause. Thank you. And I'd like to wish all participants in this first World Trade Congress in Gender a fruitful 3 days of engagement and congratulate you all for your work to find policy solutions that could be put in place for a better targeted and gender responsive policy. Recovery, sorry, and policies. Immediately following this session, the first plenary will start covering women in crisis from diagnostics to solutions, and I'd encourage you all to remain in the room for that discussion. So thank you again to our wonderful panel for their time, and this session is now closed.
Dear participants, please stay with us. We're going to start the plenary session 1 in just a minute. I would like to invite our dear Congress ambassadors to join me on the podium. Olanike and Alina, please. Dear participants, welcome to the first plenary session of the World Trade Congress on Gender. This morning, high-level speakers, sorry, I'm trying to get attention from the room. Could you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear participants. Welcome to the first plenary session of the World Trade Congress on Gender. This morning, high-level speakers provided key insights on the role of trade in promoting women's economic empowerment. And now we will set the scene on the specific issues women face in times of crisis. Because the discussion on gender-responsive crisis response must include the voices of women who are on the front lines of crisis. And these voices are with us this morning. They have been selected as the Congress ambassadors. They will tell us, what does women's economic empowerment look like when a natural disaster hits, when the effects of climate change disrupt the life of entire communities, when conflict persists for generations, or when women become migrants and refugees after humanitarian crisis. But before we hear from them, I would like to invite Deputy Director General Zhang to deliver the keynote speech. DDG, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very honored to make a few remarks here as a man to discuss how global crises impact women and how trade can be a solution for women. Especially after such esteemed panelists, which give us brilliant insights on gender equality, can work for sustainable trade and recovery. It's also an honor to be standing here today because the Congress is the first international research conference on trade and gender, and because it will showcase new research findings and data and promote innovative thinking. As DG and Anush said, crises are not gender neutral. Climate change, health pandemics, natural disasters, financial shocks, or armed conflicts all greatly hinder women's economic empowerment, often leading them to leave their homes and engage on the migration path. The COVID-19 pandemic was and still is the most vivid example of this. More women than men lost their jobs because of the pandemic. More female entrepreneurs had to close their big companies than businessmen. An exponential number of women suffered from domestic violence due to the confinement measures, and I can go on. This is why we need to invest in women, to invest in building their economic capacity. The stronger economically they are, the better they are equipped to resist the world's shocks. We can build their economic resilience ahead of the crisis, and we should include gender-responsive initiatives when designing solutions to mitigate the impact of crisis. Trade has a role to play in that regard. First, of course, as an agent of economic development, trade can play support women even during the crisis. Indisputably, trade policy can help design and implement a web of programs and initiatives to support women economically. Based on research conducted by the WTO, we can see that trade policies actually mostly target women entrepreneurs and female farmers and focus on building their trade capacity as well as their access to finance. Also, most, if not all, aid for trade programs include gender equality as the key objective, making the difference on the ground. The WTO has also a central role to play. With the informal working group on trade and gender, more than 85% members have engaged in deepening their understanding of the links between trade and gender to inform their policy making and their free trade agreements negotiations. These members have actually introduced new ways of designing and implementing trade policies and agreements, as well as aid for trade programs in support of sustainable development, growth, and poverty reduction, and in line with Sustainable Development Goals 5 on achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. Within this context, I believe that research also has a role to play in informing policies that promote women's economic empowerment. we will actually learn more about this throughout the Congress this week. Our planet is facing difficult time, and global shocks always trickle down to individuals, negatively impact on them. But some people around the world are engaged in supporting victims of crisis and have dedicated their work to this objective. We have here with us today a panel of extraordinary women that work on ground to mitigate the impact of crisis on other women. They all come different backgrounds, life experience, and countries, but they have a common goal, making this world a better place for women. And it is the kind of world that we all are striving for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director General, for this powerful speech. You highlighted the role of research to inform policies that promote women's economic empowerment. And actually, according to research by the UN, the ILO, other international organizations and academia, women are more impacted than men by crisis. And actually, they are more exposed to the adverse economic effects of crisis. Women also lack access to resources and decision-making roles, and this undermines their resilience capacity. And finally, research also shows that empowering women leads to better crisis response and recovery. So we will now listen to the grassroots perspectives from 4 women who work on the ground every day to help other women and their communities overcome such challenges. Their analysis, their recommendations are very precious, I think, because they can inspire trade and gender researchers and policymakers. I am very pleased to welcome on the podium Olanike Olugboji from Nigeria and Anila Noor from Pakistan. And we are also very fortunate to have with us as online speakers Paulina Lausin Naira from the Philippines, which you can see on the screen, and Esther Atosha from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Olanike, I would like to start with you. You founded the nonprofit organization Women's Initiative for Sustainable Environments. You have a background in urban and regional planning, and I know that since your childhood, you have a passion for environmental issues. However, your commitment to gender equality issues came later. So could you tell us, why did you start focusing on women?
Thank you, Sandra. So I started out with an interest in so many environmental problems I found around the community where I grew up. But one thing that stood out for me was that each of these environmental issues that I was interested in would always take me back to the doorsteps of the women in the community. So looking at the issue of water, sanitation and hygiene, looking at the issue of agriculture, waste management, deforestation, and access to energy, you find out that women are the worst impacted. And when you're looking at the issue of climate change, you find out that climate change has the worst impact on these women, yet they are also the ones that are best positioned to drive the solutions. It's common back in Nigeria to find that so many women at the grassroots do much of the farm work, but they are denied the rights to own the land. They're the ones who go sourcing for water, but when interventions for safe water points are brought to the communities, they don't have a say. And also, women are the ones who go through all the burden, the hassles of fetching firewood, and also they get exposed to smoke from their fireplaces. But at the end of the day, when improved cook stoves, or you call them clean cook stoves, are being designed and brought to the communities, they are barely considered in designing those stoves. It's more like these things are done and then just dumped on the women. And sometimes it's interesting to find that, the clean cook stove technology is an intervention that has brought a lot of relief to women. But because they are not involved, they really don't understand what this solution is all about. So you find you give a clean cook stove to a woman and she sees it as maybe a more beautiful stove than her traditional stove, and then she just keeps it as a decoration and she continues to get exposed, to smoke. But one question that comes to mind is that if these women are the worst impacted, when you're looking at the issue of water, women should be at the front lines of driving the solutions, to the issue of water. When you're also looking at the cook stoves, it's the women who do the cooking. So why shouldn't they be also the ones who are designing these stoves? And looking at decisions around water management, I believe it's also the women who should be at the front lines of addressing these issues, because they are the ones who provide water for their families. So that's.
Thank you very much. That was very clear. Now, what are the key issues you have identified with regards to women's access to economic opportunities and climate change? Or in other words, how does climate change impact women's access to economic opportunities?
Yeah, so one key issue is the aspect of access to information. Most women have very limited access to information, and also because they occupy low positions in the society, they don't have a voice, they are not visible, they are not, at the decision-making table. So, for example, in Nigeria, you find out that a lot of women are still not informed about climate change. For example, we've done quite a lot of work with women farmers, and they are ill-informed about what climate change is about, why are their crops not growing, why is the rain not coming. So they really don't understand, the issues around climate change and how it's impacting their lives. And when you're looking at the traditional roles that women play in the community, they are the ones that do the farm work, they're the ones that collect water, they're the ones that collect firewood. They also get deprived because they spend productive hours, engaging in these activities. At the end of the day, it's impoverishing them. They're not able to actively participate in, economic opportunities that could better their lives. And also, it's when you're looking at the issue of climate change and how it affects the lives of women, it's further worsening the economic situation. However, notwithstanding that, women don't have a voice, they don't have a say when there's crisis. For example, I've been to a community where there was flooding, and it was just the women who were all over the place, trying to salvage items, from the floods, trying to pick their children, and I was wondering, where are the men in the community? And, a lot of the responsibility continues to fall on the women, because when this crisis happen, they also have to take responsibility for the family recovering and readjusting.
Thank you very much. That is very, very interesting. So now I'm wondering, how do you deal with those challenges? Meaning, what are the solutions your organization has developed?
Okay, so when I spoke about women's experiences and how, solutions are dumped on them, they are not engaged. So at our organization, what we do is that we make sure that we engage these women, from the scratch. We carry them along so that they can take the lead, so that they can take ownership for the interventions that we're bringing. And then our interventions are also geared, towards building women's skills, giving them access to information, also helping them gain more knowledge. And we also provide seed capital, because a lot of women, for example, the high level panel talked about access to finance for women. This is quite challenging. And you find out that a lot of times women have, even when they have opportunities, for capacity building, they are not able to, take it to the next level because they lack, the finance to actually, do something meaningful that would, make a difference in their lives and their families and also their communities. And I'd like to give example of 2 key projects from, some of the work that we've been doing over the years. We have the tree growing enterprise for food security and climate resilience. And under that project, we're working with women farmers, and we're able to give them, seed capital that would help them, establish plantations where, they're able to benefit from, maybe selling the fruits from trees as against, just having trees cut down. So they're solving, an environmental challenge that is connected to deforestation while also earning a living, from doing that. I also like to talk about our women's clean cook stove training and entrepreneurship program, which we launched in partnership with Women's Earth Alliance US in 2017. As of today, under that project, we have over 800 women clean cook stove entrepreneurs who have distributed over 200,000 clean cook stoves across communities. And they're also advocating for women, to make a shift, grow up the energy ladder, because a lot of women cannot afford, certain technologies like maybe the gas and all that, but the improved cook stoves are a ready alternative to their open fire, traditional open fire methods of cooking. And under that project, we've been able to produce a woman who just used to be in her shop. She used to have a small shop where she was selling things. I can tell you that after that training, just within a month, this woman sold over 70 clean cook stoves. And when she went back home, her husband asked her, "These people have kept you for 2 weeks. I want to see what you've gone to learn." And so she started working with artisans within her community, replicating the practical aspects of the training, where she was able to learn how to build a clean cook stove. Today, I'm telling you that this woman has produced over 20,000 clean cook stoves. And she's part of a project that is funded by UNDP and the Global Environment Facility. And she's become a leader, a major force to reckon with in her community.
Thank you very much. That's a wonderful example of how we do empower women and entire communities. Now, my last question to you, Olanike, and let's try to be short, as I'm mindful of the time. Could you tell us in 1 or 2 minutes, what is the role of research and data collection in the work you do on the ground?
Okay, we engage in baseline data collection, basically baseline study. And we also do a lot around needs assessments before we begin to plan or design any project. And one key area where I see, research being relevant when you're looking at the issue of economic and climate or crisis recovery is looking at how we could explore comparative approaches, especially, in the area of, looking at the linkages, between issues like gender-based violence and climate change. So it will be good to see, so much work. But for us, we use data, to keep track of what we're doing with the women on the ground to the last miles, because we don't have control over laws and policies. So we use a lot of data, to keep track on what's happening to the women on the ground.
Thank you very much. This is absolutely fascinating. And I love your last sentence. We don't have control over law and policies, so we really need research. And actually, we would hope that research also work hand in hand with laws and policies. Now, I would like to give the floor to Paulina Losin Naira. Paulina, I hope you can hear us well. You are online. You are the founder and president of Women Enablers Advocates and Volunteers for Empowering and Responsive Solutions. You have been working for 25 years in the Philippines, training local government officials in mainstreaming gender in development. And you are also now mobilizing women and community-based organizations towards economic empowerment, reproductive health, peatland restoration, and disaster risk reduction. So my first question to you, Paulina, is, in your experience, why are women more affected by natural disasters than men?
Good morning, everyone. Good evening here in the Philippines. Why women are more affected by disasters than men? Well, if we take the Philippines case, for example, a lot of women do not have access to employment opportunities. Though there are opportunities that are there are gender issues that keep them from engaging in livelihood and employment. So when disaster happens, they are not able to cope with the demands, especially if the man in the family perished, because in normal times, most of the jobs are going to the men. And when disaster happens, they are left with nothing because very, very few women own lands. Very few women are able to continue their little livelihood activities. So even if there are more women who are engaged in starting livelihood activities, their ability to sustain it is affected by their roles in the family, so that when something happens, they are not prepared. Just like what happened when Yolanda, Typhoon Haiyan happened in 2013. The men stayed in their homes to be able to protect their properties, to protect their families. The women and the children were evacuated. But what happened? Our city and our town is in the is on ground zero. What happened is that the men perished. So we are left with more widows who do not have the skills to be able to earn an income, widows who do not have the confidence to take on jobs because they were used to be staying at home. So that's why this is the reason why women are more affected than men when a disaster happens.
Thank you very much, Paulina. So how can we improve women's access to economic opportunities and support them in recovering better from natural disasters?
The ability of women to be able to take on jobs, the ability of women to be able to manage even small livelihood projects is something that needs to be given attention. But these interventions has to happen recognizing that there are other roles that the women play, reproductive roles, the work that they play at home, which, if not supported, will not enable them, will limit them from taking on the opportunities that are there. So if there is no support for childhood care, if there is no support for the basic services that needs to be provided at home, healthcare, without that support, livelihood and economic opportunities will not be maximized by women. And when we say that we are to improve resilience, that is improving resilience not only economically, but also improving resilience from within, meaning developing the confidence of women in the sense that we should know how to take care of ourselves, take care of the families, becoming independent. And by becoming independent, that means that we have the women have the wherewithal to be able to earn their own keep, to be able to earn their own income, to be able to sustain it and assert it and grow and increase it, expand it. So that is why if we want communities to be able to support women, local government should be able to come up with a disaster risk reduction management plans, which integrates the development of livelihood skills for women, not only after disaster, but this has to happen during the preparedness phase. Otherwise, we will be left with women and families who are not prepared to take on, to be able to take care of the needs of the families. So this is something that is important. Unfortunately, very little is being done. No, there's not enough intervention being done at the local level to be able to prepare the women. So despite the programs that are there, the lack of recognition of the reproductive roles of women becomes an obstacle for women to be able to grab these opportunities that are there. So there are programs left and right. There can be training left and right. Most of the trainings are being attended by women, but they're not able to practice it. They're not able to implement those livelihood skills that were offered to them that they attended because they have to attend to their children, they have to attend to their sick members of the family because they do not have social protection, there is no childhood support, and there are other things that limits them, from participating fully in productive work. So aside from the skills, there's also the need for them to participate in the rehabilitation in the protection of the environment, especially if those livelihood projects are natural resource based. If they lose their sources of raw materials, that will take them a lot of time to be able to procure those materials. So their multiple burden will be aggravated because of their inability to source the materials due to the degradation of the environment. Which may be because of a natural disaster that happened, or it's because of human-induced disasters that have happened that resulted to the degradation of the environment. So communities have to be made to understand that climate change is real, that climate change affects our ability to support and to sustain the resources that are there, that we are also there is an increased incidence of abuse that happens when disaster. So when there is gender-based violence, even if there are employment opportunities, those employment opportunities are not being maximized because women has to be isolated. Women will not be able to work. We will not be able to go out. No, when there is abuse. So the problems are compounding. That is the reason why really women are very much affected. No, they are the ones who are more vulnerable when disaster happens.
Thank you very much, Paulina. That was a really fascinating and very comprehensive explanation. And you mentioned the problem of unpaid care work, so that even if women have access to the skills, even when they have access to the opportunities, there is this additional obstacle and also gender-based violence, which makes things really difficult for women to really take part in economic activities and scale up. Now, how do you see the role of research and data collection?
It's important that women's voices are heard. It's important that the stories of women are listened to. And this is the role of research. Research should be able to gather the experiences of women. Researchers should be able to listen to women, to the voices of women, to the experiences of women, and that this has to inform the results of researches, has to inform policies. Women's organizations like us, Weavers, which are very much engaged, in the community, we have very limited skills in time in research. Most of our time are really focused on organizing the community, organizing women, educating women. But documenting the work that we do is something that is our weakness. It's our weakness. That's why it is important that researchers are there. Researchers who will be interested, to learn the experiences on the ground. To researchers that will be able to link the link between and among economic marginalization, the contribution of climate change, how it aggravates economic marginalization of women, the link between governance and economic empowerment, the link between the need for women's participation, not only in the economic sector, but also in the political sphere. Because without women participating in the political sphere, the ability of women to be able to influence economic policies is limited. So we will only be dictated. Women will just be recipients of those economic decisions that are made by policymakers who do not understand, who have very little knowledge of the experiences, the real experiences of women. That is the role of research. researches, and those researches that can be used, that can be utilized to improve the lives of women, that can be utilized to improve policies, to be able to enact policies that will increase women's participation in the economic sector, that will improve women's knowledge about trade, about business. These are the researches that has to be can be done. What are those strategies that needs to be done so that there would be more women who will be able to participate? There will be more women who will be provided with social protection. What are those? What are these? There are a lot of questions that can be asked by researchers, because our lives are, all issues are women's issues, and our lives are, the issues are interconnected. So even whatever happens in the bedroom also affects policies. It also affects our ability to engage in livelihoods. If you have more children, then women who have more children, who are poor, will not be able to access technology, will not be able to access trainings, because they are tied down to their reproductive roles. So there are a lot of the research is very important. Also, researches that will also provide information that will also discover what are the technologies that can be available, should be made available to women who are located in a geographically isolated areas. So while we have conferences here, there are a lot of women there who do not have access to information, who do not have access to internet. No. What are the technologies that are low tech that can be accessed by women in areas where the infrastructure for internet is very poor? So there are a lot of researches that can be done. So it is good that there would be partnerships among research organizations, the academe, and women's organizations who are working on the ground, so that we will be able to come up with policies and programs and projects that are informed by real life situations.
Thank you so much, Paulina. You just gave us a very exhaustive and comprehensive wish list for researchers. That was really, really interesting. Please stay with us, because we're going to have questions and answers from the room afterwards. Let me now turn to Esther Atosha. Esther, you live in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and you are a representative of Young Women Leaders for Peace. That is a program from the Global Network of Women Peace Builders that helps women in conflict-affected countries to gain skills, become leaders in their community, and get involved in peace and security activities. And Esther, you are also a business trainer for women living in extreme poverty. Could you tell us, what are the issues women face in conflict-affected regions?
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be there. I am from Democratic Republic of Congo, and you already know we are involved in conflict for more than 2 decades. And I'm going to share the facts that are happening now in my country, because I'm currently now in the eastern party of DRC. I was born in conflict context. I grew up in conflict context, and still I am in conflict context. So we are facing so many challenges, especially women. And I'm going to highlight the major one that cover everything. And the first challenge that women in conflict affected region are facing is violences. Not only gender-based violences, because it has even extended to the families. And now violences are seen as people are trying to normalize violences. So in conflict-affected region, especially here in DRC, gender-based violences are used as a weapon. And DRC always break the record with more than 1,000 women being raped by day. We have also another challenge, which is lack of opportunity. We are in a context where education is still a dream for young people and women. We don't have access to basic social services like health protection, electricity, and technology. All these are challenges that we are facing in the conflict region. We also have this stigmatization of women. And in conflict-affected region, the role of women is confined into a single role of motherhood. In my country, for example, we are used that men are the one who are supposed to go and conquer the enemy, and women are supposed to stay at home babysitting. That's the conviction that we have. So the role of women are confined in one single role of motherhood. We have so many consequences that follow this challenge, and among one there is the most one, which is poverty cycle. We still have bygone conversations like poverty. We have early marriages, unwanted pregnancies, and early death for women. Women are dying from disease that can be easily treated. However, women play a big role in communities, and their role is even crucial in ensuring the survival during the conflict.
Thank you so much, Esther. So in your view, what do women need the most to recover from conflicts?
Yes, thank you so much. Recovery, I'm going to take two major aspects. The first one is actors, and the second one is factors. Talking about actors, I see women, I see the government, and I see civil societies and non-government organizations. I'm going to start with the women. In conflict-affected countries or regions, women are trying to shape their future according to the context. So women will first need to get out of their comfort zone and to define their future, not according to what they are seeing or what is going on in their communities. Reason why in my street business school, I don't teach women how first to record business. I don't start by teaching them how to how to record business or how to find capital. I start by teaching them how to get out of their comfort zone, because when a woman is out of the comfort zone, she'll try to shape the future, not be according to what is going around her. So she needs first to get out this comfort zone. At the second position, I see the government. The government has a big role to play in ensuring the recovery from conflict, and it can provide, for example, income generating activities like crowdfunding, for example. Also, it can create a space that encourages women to be entrepreneurs, for example, by reduced taxes or legal regulation, so that many people many women can be entrepreneurs. So in the context of Democratic Republic of Congo, we should look at also the informal sectors where so many women are involved. More than 60% of women are involved in economic activities, but these activities are most based in informal sectors. So the government, the Congolese government should pay particular attention in informal sectors and assuring that they provide policies that are encouraging or are supportive to women. That is about the government. Now I'm going to turn to the civil organization, also non-government organization. In a country or in a region where women don't have an easy access to education, so civil societies should provide education space, and especially about economic inclusion and financial education. Also support women saving and credit association. In DRC, banking services are very high, and women are not used to banking services. So we must have these credits and saving association that are affordable to women. So as a civil organization or non-government organization, they should support this association so that women can be economically empowered. Also, they should provide the space that have the mental health topic. We all know that in conflict affected regions, everyone is traumatized. So they should provide space where women are free to express themselves and are free to denounce the violences that are going in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. So many useful recommendations, very insightful, very concrete also. Now, how can research help this work on the ground quickly? We have just 2 minutes before we go to the next speakers. Could you tell us your views on research?
Thank you. I think my colleague Paulina have highlighted so many important top points. So research first needs to understand what are the real needs of women. That will have to bring better policies and understand what are the real needs of women. Also, research should avoid intermediaries. And instead of listening directly to people who are targeted. When I'm talking about direct intermediaries, for example, I'm going to give the experience with my country. So many times when spaces are created to listen to what are the needs of women, we don't find women there. There are men who are talking on their behalf. And myself, I wonder how a person who is not experiencing something can better speak on behalf of that person. So data should focus directly to women instead of intermediaries. Also, research should focus on the specific need and specific situation for developing strategies that are adapted to different contexts. And I will end up by giving this recommendation. I know that it doesn't have nothing to do with research, but I couldn't miss to say that women play a crucial role in during the conflict context, and so in so many regions, their leadership is limited in the elementary level. When it comes to decision-making position, they are left behind. In my country, for example, you all know what is happening in DRC currently speaking now. But there is this famous quote in my country that say that the leadership of women should only be exercised in the kitchen. And from my view, kitchen in DRC is one of the few things that is well-governed entity in my country. So we should pay a particular attention to the leadership of women during this conflict period. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Esther. Please stay with us for the questions and answers that will come in about 15-20 minutes. Now, I would like to hear from Anila Noor. Anila, thank you for your patience. Last but not least, you are a policy expert advocating for women, migrants, and refugees. You worked as policy advisor on inclusion and integration for the City of Amsterdam. You were appointed board member of the European Migrant Advisory Board, and you are now part of the European Commission expert group working on migration, asylum, and integration. You are therefore very much aware of the gender gaps in dealing with migration and integration, and you founded New Women Connectors, a platform connecting women's migrants' voices to policy-making processes in Europe. Anila, I know you don't like the term women's empowerment. Could you tell us why?
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you everyone who are still here listening to us. Yes, the terms of whenever we say the policy recommendation or training coming from the NGOs or UN agency, we need to empower women. We need to empower them, but empower for what? You hear my old colleagues, they are telling how many challenges they are facing, but they are taking the lead. They are tackling and they are addressing so many challenges within their power, within their capacity. So that's why we need to realize and create a visibility of their leadership. Unfortunately, if I say just close your eyes and just imagine word refugee, woman refugee, what you will see, crying woman, crying children, asking for help. So this is what we need to change. They are powerful, they are leading. We need to create understanding, not to put them as a victim, but to realize how system is making them victim, how system making victimize their vulnerabilities and making them more vulnerable. That's why whenever I say we have this course for women's empowerment, I said, no, this is not for women. This is maybe for men, not for women at all. Yes.
Thank you, Anila. That's a very interesting point. And indeed, the narrative is very important because it has a real impact on how we see these issues and how we try to solve them. So what are the main economic issues for women migrants and refugees?
I hope I can answer this in 3 minutes. But I think the main problem is that, as I hear from my colleague and even the panel before us, they were talking about, is about how we're talking about women's involvement in the economical situation is very much key factor all the barrier, all the problem, all the inequalities we are facing, we are feeling. Because as a migrant and refugee woman, when we are become dependent on our men, it means we are getting more exposure to the gender-based violence, to home domestic violence, and to have so many burden come to on their shoulder. I will say when I was in Pakistan and working for, women's right and working for economical empowerment, we say because Pakistan is a poor country and we have so many barriers, we have religion, we have system, we have culture, so we can blame them. When in 2016, when I became myself a refugee in Europe, in Netherlands, and I thought, okay, now we are in developed country, we will have equality, gender, and everything will be there. But no, hold on. Everything was false. All the expectation collapsed. And that's what happened. It's not even in Congo, even in Nigeria or Pakistan or Malaysia or Europe. This is there. And unfortunately, why I always say to my disappointment to the Europe, they are not realizing, they're becoming more gender blind. So in countries like developing countries, we are advocating for the gender equality. We are screaming, we are saying, and we are trying to put platform like this there. But in Europe, now it feels like they are being for granted and not realizing why it is important to give migrant, refugee, and all the women independence when it comes to economic resources. Because economic resources is the one where you give the independence, how you start, how you live, and where you live, and how you want to do your job. Not to have permission for your male partner, from your husband, from your daughter, from your son or your parents, but this relies how you need to save your life independently. That's very important key message.
Thank you so much. So what can we do concretely to support the economic recovery of women migrants and refugees?
It's very much easy. It's not a rocket science. It's very easy. For me, how we can create more information, how we can create more access to the opportunities, and how we understand intersectionality. It's not what I want to do in Netherlands, for instance. It has to be based on that context. I can't take that frame to go to work in Congo, Philippines, or Nigeria. It has to be based on their concrete. And we can't compare this situation to compete them. Okay, if it's work in India, it can be work in Coast Bazar. No, we really need to understand how we can create this as a main influence of the policy. I really felt sometimes frustrated again and again as a woman, color of woman, feel like we are begging for something. Like if we are asking for our rights, we are still requesting, can you give us our rights? Can you give us equal pay? Why? I think that's the thing we need to say. If we're asking for women's rights, gender equality, equity, inclusivity, it's not a favor to women. It's a favor to world which we already on the edge of collapsing. Either it's climate change, either it's economical recovery, either is a crisis recovery. We need to understand how we can give a lead to women-led initiative, how we can invest them, how we can partner with them with the equal dignity and equal understanding. That's very important.
Thank you so much. Now, I would also like to hear your views on the role of research. What should researchers be looking at?
I think I will request to my all researcher partners how we understand the framing, how we can do discourse analysis, how women's-led initiative been described, how to showcase not only the best practice, but the failure. I will request how we can learn from our failure. Why still in 2023, we are still talking about gender equality. We are still talking about where we are behind, how we can understand and to bring new inclusive lens. Maybe need to understand how to bring, equality when we are talking about who is doing the research, how is we are describing what is the problem, and how we are redescribing what is the solution and how we can bring accountability. The missing discussion is the accountability, why people, policies, states who are responsible, they are not working. That's very important, how we can bring advocacy and accountability to bring together, and our research showcase what is missing and how we can make sure this research being referenced as a point of indicators for our progress.
Thank you so much, Anila. And I think this is very interesting because you, all the four Congress ambassadors, you all have very complementary views and insights to tell us. So this is really fascinating for me. I hope for the room too. And for the online audience, I see people nodding. Okay, that's a good news. We will soon open the floor for questions. So let me invite online attendees to type their questions in the Q&A box on Zoom. But before we get questions from the audience, I would like to summarize some of the ideas that you just shared as Congress ambassadors. You all highlighted that women's role in families and communities is absolutely key, especially in times of crisis. And you stressed that women have the potential, that they have the solutions, and that they do rise up to the crisis situation when they are supported. You also all mentioned the role of social issues like education. They do have an impact on economic opportunities for women indeed, and this should be better understood. And finally, all of you highlighted that women need access to decision-making roles. You all mentioned in different ways the importance of listening to women and listening to them directly so that their specific needs and situations can be taken into account when designing policy responses. Indeed, gathering experiences of women on the ground is important, and I would like to say that this is the approach of the WTO Gender Research Hub, notably through its public workshops, Think Up. There have been 3 workshops organized this year, and we're going to have 4 coming up in 2023, so please stay tuned. Now I think we're ready to receive questions from the audience, and I think we can start by collecting a few questions from the room, if we have some, before going to our online attendees. Do you have any question from the audience in the room? You can raise your hand if you have a question. Yes, please. Before you take the floor, just state your name and your title. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Arya Zaman. I'm on the board of the Commonwealth Business Women's Network. We're recognized by the 56 member government of the Commonwealth. About, I think, 3 or 4 years ago in this city, there was a very large event planned, took place, organized by the UN Disaster Risk Reduction Organization. And there was a very significant discussion on there about gender, bringing a gender lens to disaster risk. I want to ask the panel about their particular thoughts on that, but more than that, there's been a lot of work done in that space, the UNDRR, but I'm not sure how much of that is being linked into this space that you're talking about. So what more can be done to ensure that some of the ideas, I think one of the key things that was highlighted then, I think, and since, is ensure that women's voices are effectively not just heard, but listened to and acted upon, not just at the end of the disaster, but, you know, in the early stages. But I'd be interested to know more from the panel about their thoughts on the UNDRR works, but in particular, how it can link in to some of the things that they were talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before taking another questions, I think I'll go straight to Paulina, because Paulina is the one, I think, best positioned to answer any question on disaster risk reduction. Paulina, do you know about the work of the UN on this and how they are integrating voices from civil society?
The UN works like through the Office of the UN Coordination on Humanitarian Affairs. That is where the voices of civil society, civil society are there, but most of those voices are coming from large, big international NGOs, and that fortunately there are in the the UN have already learned from the lessons of Haiyan when when the voices of local organizations are not there, the responses may not be that suitable for the local for the locals. So what happened is there is an increasing number of civil society, local civil society organizations engaged in humanitarian response. Unfortunately, the humanitarian response is most of the investments on humanitarian response is on the disaster response itself, is on the relief. No, during when the disaster strikes and during early recovery, with limited funding, due to limitation of funding, the building of resilience during the rehabilitation stage is something that is being fast-tracked, and that like the initiatives that has been started, the initiatives are not sustained due to the limited time of implementation. I'd like to, for example, our organization now is involved in the recovery and in the early recovery stage, in the early recovery stage of Typhoon Odette, in southern Leyte. What we work with the UNFPA by organizing and establishing women-friendly spaces in areas where the disaster happened. And in these women-friendly spaces, there are women-friendly space facilitators that are being trained on the rights of women, on gender-based violence, on leadership. So because this is the start, there are also more modules on financial. There are other modules on financial literacy, but this is something that is not. This happens at the later stage, At the later stage when the funding is and the funding is not enough to be able to push through with livelihood activities. Right now, we have trained 100 women-friendly space facilitators who are reaching out to their own communities when women are given the opportunity to get educated, to be able to help other women and their communities. You can imagine their ability to multiply, the number of women who are able to learn about their rights, who are able to know that they have the right to productive employment. They have the right to equal pay, to work of equal value. And these are the work that women-friendly space facilitators are doing. This happens when disaster happens, but this should be institutionalized. The recommendation is that this initiative, this strategy, should be part of the disaster risk reduction and management plan. And this has to be instituted so that communities are ready with people, with women who are able to educate other women even before the disaster strikes. So there should be investments in the preparedness aspect. In a country like the Philippines, where we experience more than 20 typhoons every year and the typhoons are getting stronger, the moment that we learn, we were, when we were just starting to rehabilitate the livelihoods, another disaster happened. So that has become, and that is an issue for research. That is something that needs to be studied. Now, what is it? What are those products? What are those activities? What are those economic activities that are resilient, that can easily, where we can easily recover? Because it has become a cycle. You start, there is training, there is investment, there is capital at the start, but when disaster happens, the businesses, and most of the businesses are micro businesses, micro enterprises, and they are very volatile. They get bankrupt easily. They're not able to recover anymore. So there is the lack of social protection, no access to insurance. No, that is something that has to be, I think we need to come up, no?
Thank you
With,
so much. Sorry,
products.
Paulina. Thank you so much. I would like to leave enough time for other speakers to respond. Maybe Olanike Olugboji, you would like to say a few words on disaster risk reduction and the work of the UN?
Okay. I know Paulina has said so much, and I don't want to repeat anything she has said. But one of the things I realized about so many laudable interventions that are designed at the top is that, you know, the voices of the people who are actually on the ground, who are impacted, is missing. And I will continue to repeat it, that there's no better person, you know, that can profile a solution than the person who is actually impacted, who has actually felt the pinch. I've been within, Nigeria has a lot around violence, you know, insurgency, militancy. Now we're experiencing banditry and all that. And I've met quite a number of women who have been impacted. So, you know, a lot of times we as, you know, the NGOs on the ground, we would much of the time prefer, you know, to see the voices of these people within those spaces, because nobody can tell your story like you can tell it. You find food aids going to refugee camps. Nobody thinks about how these people will cook the food. At the end of the day, they leave the camps, they get assaulted, they get kidnapped, they get raped. You know, so we are beginning to talk about energy aid, even when you're talking about food aid. So I think one of the things that the high level institutions, bilateral organizations can begin to do is exploring, you know, bottom-up approach in programming, and making sure that the voices of those who are impacted are within the spaces where those decisions are being taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olanike, and Paulina. Again, thank you for your response to this question. Do we have any more questions from the room? Yes, please, gentleman here. Sorry. Yep.
Thank you very much. My name is Carmine Soprano. I'm a trade and gender expert at World Bank Group, and I also do a fair amount of work in the trade and gender space as academic lecturer and independent consultant. I want to sincerely congratulate our Congress ambassadors for their very fascinating stories. I really learn a lot from them, and I'm really grateful that they're here with us. My question is to the whole panel, but perhaps Esther is best placed to tackle it, because her recollection of the DRC experience resonated very much with my own, doing a lot of work with women cross-border traders in Eastern DRC and the Great Lakes region of Africa, more broadly speaking. As we all know, and as Esther very rightly pointed out, the gender-based violence record, among others, is unfortunately not very virtuous in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And having worked in that space for a couple of years now, one thing I have noticed is that on top of the sort of human rights approach that many seem to take when it comes to how to tackle GBV, including in the context of trade and gender, there is a somewhat complementary narrative, which is around the economic implications of GBV, be them in terms of reduced work productivity, labor force dropouts, the cost of actually assisting survivors, which of course have to be burned, etc. And that is a narrative that I have personally found very effective when it comes to engaging with folks, which believe it or not, still are hard to convince that that is in fact an issue that we all need to work on. And so I was wondering whether that narrative, that economic narrative, which of course is by no means mutually exclusive vis-a-vis the human rights narrative, they're very much complementary, in fact, resonates with Esther's experience in DRC, and whether she or anyone else really on the panel thinks that that's also an approach that we should be increasingly taking in order to carry that fight forward. Over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. Would you like to respond to this very interesting question?
Thank you so much for the question. It's a very insightful question. And I can see that the problem, it's a multiple context here, because not only gender-based violences and human rights, which is being taken into account, but we also have this system where these gender-based violences are used. You know, in the context of DRC, we are experiencing the political unrest, and there are so many contexts that enter into account that I would not like to answer deeply. But if you look at it, you make a clear projection to what is happening, you will see that everything is linked back to the government, and the government has the biggest role to play in it. I can see that the topic sometimes for civil societies and people who are involved in this issue is out of their responsibility. So they are trying to do what is on their possibility, try to reduce the impact, but they don't really deal with the root problem. They don't really need to deal with the real matter. We come around the problem, but we don't tackle the problem deeply. That's what I can say to that question.
Thank you so much, Esther. I would like now to give the floor to Anush, who has a question.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you for the super interesting discussion that we're having this morning with the ambassadors of the Congress. And I'm very grateful that you are here and you're sharing this really amazing experience. And talking about that, how can we take that experience and that work and translate it in the work of the WTO that we're doing? I have, it's a question to all four of you. How do you see that? Of course, you're going to give us at the end of the Congress your recommendations, but for the whole, participants and the whole, I would say, trade community and trade and gender community, but specifically maybe for the WTO, how can we really translate that experience, that work, that knowledge into the work that we do here? Thank you.
Sorry, microphone problem. Anila, you would like to respond? Thank you.
Yes, I think what I hear, and I will request to all the participants and WTO, the thing is everything is interconnected when it's come to especially how we can create inclusive world, how we can bring equality in the world. So everything is connected. Like if I give you example, very easy example, if you are standing in front of a bank, and bank asks you, okay, you want to open the bank account? Very easy. You just need to showcase your, home address, your ID card, and we'll open it. But just imagine you don't have home, you don't have ID card, and it's here you start, your inequality starts. And then you become more victim of other people who exploit your economical, capacity, your economical contribution, and you become go to the end up in the black market. You go end up in more exploitation environment. You become victim of abusive environment where so everything is interconnected. So this is very important, how we can request WTO if they have any other partners which they are learning, and how they can start investing, not only training, not only, but having more this kind of platform where we as a grassroots level initiative, we can come and present our success stories. We become and say how we are changing it and why we are changing it, because unfortunately, because of the capitalist environment and high level dominance from this power gatekeepers, I will say, they are not letting us in who are really trying, advocating for change. That's very important, as how we can collaborate with WTO and how we can have a partnership, and how we can go beyond beneficiaries and narratives, or victims or target group, and how we can know they are the partner, they are co-implemented, and how we can stand with us to evaluate where we are blocking. That will be really great. Yes.
Thank you very much, Anila. I'm afraid we reached the end of this session. I would really have loved to take other questions, so sorry. But I'm just mindful of the time and of the efforts of our interpreters. So we're gonna have to leave it there. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your participation. And Anila and Olanike will also be with us at the closing session on the third day. So please come and let's continue the conversation. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Do the interpreters want to do some audio test right now? Yes, okay. Let me know when I can just stop talking actually. I continue, okay, I go on. So today is Monday, 5 of December. It's the very first day of the World Trade Congress on Gender. And we already had a very fruitful discussion this morning with our high-level speakers, then with the Congress ambassadors. And now we are going to move to the first research session. And I totally forgot the theme. We're going to talk about women entrepreneurs at the core of recovery. I'm still talking because I don't see any sign. Yeah, okay.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us in person here today. And thank you to all of those who are joining us online too. My name is Paul Ladd. I'm the director of the UN Research Institute for Social Development, which is an autonomous research institute based in Geneva, established in 1963, which looks at the social dimensions of contemporary development issues. I've been director for about 7 years of the Institute now. I'm also an international gender champion. And I'll just take a minute to tell you about UNRIS before we get into this really exciting panel today. So in UNRIS, we were set up as autonomous, partly so that we could address the research topics that we look into in a completely independent way. And that's created a rather unique DNA for the Research Institute, in that we can ask the difficult questions around power, around distribution, around politics. And in fact, our governance system doesn't have member states on it. It has a regional board of academic advisors. And we have 4 research programs, one on climate and environment, one on transformative social policy, but we have 2 which are very, very relevant to today's session. One which is on alternative economies for transformation, and the other which is called gender justice and development. And we tend to look very much at structural and systemic enablers and constraints, particularly in gender issues and women's participation in economic activity and trade. So I'm very excited to be given the opportunity to chair this session today. I'm very interested to hear the 3 papers that will be presented. My job will be mostly to moderate. If I see an opportunity to tie the papers together after the presentations, then I'll try to do that. And then we're also going to hear from the ambassador on my right as to how it's reflected, particularly in US policy on development cooperation, how the US supports women's participation in economic activity and trade. After that, we'll have an opportunity for questions from you in the room, but also questions from people joining us online. So let me begin by introducing the first paper, which is going to be presented by Marianne Mathy on my left. Marianne is the Professor of Economics and Director of Research of the Gordon Institute of Business Science at the University of Pretoria, with just under 20 years of professional experience in this topic. And please, the floor is yours. If you want to speak from the podium, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share a very recent and new research topic that we have embarked on. The topic of our research project is the lived experience of women entrepreneurial exporters in a developing country context. And really, we set out to listen to the stories of women exporters in a developing country context. This morning, it was mentioned that we need to listen to the stories and the experiences of women, and that is really what this project aimed to do. So we focused our research in South Africa as a developing country context. And South Africa is particularly interesting for doing research on women entrepreneurs, in that it is a very highly unequal society and that it has institutions that is not really fully developed. Trading across borders is also extremely difficult, and entrepreneurship rates, while growing, are still very low. In this project, we followed a narrative research design, which allowed us for deeper understanding of the experiences of the individual women entrepreneurs. In other words, they told us their stories of their experiences as being women in business, but also their experiences in exporting. We interviewed about 19 women entrepreneurs who export and also a few aspiring exporters. And we also got some views of some policy or government officials who support women in export. I would first like to tell you just a little bit about the Women's Agency and about the women themselves who we interviewed. And I think this also links up very nicely to the stories that we heard from the ambassadors this morning. There were several similarities in the way in which the women entrepreneurial exporters described themselves. And these personal characteristics were developed through experience to cope with the complexities of dealing with three major challenges. The first of being a woman in business, the second of starting and running an entrepreneurial enterprise, and the third is engaging in exporting. The women, through their experiences in being in business, has confronted a lot of discrimination, and they told us that this discrimination was in the form of being undermined or not being taken seriously. And so they have developed several strategies to deal with this, and they felt that they needed to be tough, they needed to fight, they need to work harder, and they need to develop their negotiation skills. But it was really heartening because these women have high levels of energy and commitment and leadership also that the ambassadors spoke about this morning. They view themselves as go-getters and being determined and being tough, and often linking these characteristics to the need for self-confidence and a desire to make things happen. What was also very prominent is that in many cases of the women that we interviewed is that they were really much concerned with the value creation in the communities in which they operated. So for them, making an impact in the communities was really important. This impact ranged from being a social impact in empowering others to start a business, as well as an impact from an environmental perspective, having an ethos of sustainability, of sourcing sustainable material, making sustainable products, and also creating sustainable jobs. So impact and social value creation for these women were very much important. When we asked these women about their experiences in exporting, it was quite evident that the reasons why they engage in exporting is because of the opportunities that it provided. They realized that through exporting, they are able to grow their businesses internationally, and even had this as part of the vision of their businesses, a vision statement in their business to say that we want to expand globally, we want to be known internationally. However, the participants really reported that executing an export strategy is difficult. Exporting has so much intricacy and complexities, and they say that it takes time, it doesn't happen overnight, and it takes a lot of push and pull, and it's a lot of effort to export. And so these challenges and intricacies involved in exporting really requires these women to look deep and to know deep. The first step for them to really have to be invested in exporting, to look deep and to know deep, is really to have access to information. And time and again, research resonated through the interviews. And the women emphasizes that you need to do research about market requirements, about product specifications, certifications. They got the information from a host of mentors or experts, and they really emphasized that it's extremely, that you need to be so careful that you are ticking every box to make sure that your research is on point, that your exporting endeavor is successful. The women also find that government support is not that visible. Although government support for women entrepreneurial exporters are there, it's not that obvious or immediately available to women. Many of them said that they had to use multiple channels or networks in order to really understand that there were such services offered to them. Trade promotion and trade shows and exhibitions, for example, was lauded as opening doors for them. But in many cases, they felt that the support provided was not coordinated, and many organizations had their own mandates, and these mandates weren't really cohesive in terms of supporting them in a holistic way. And also what we heard from this morning's panel discussion, especially from Pamela from the IITC, is that funding was a fundamental problem for these women. Most of the women that we interviewed fund their enterprises from their own pockets. They do not rely on any external funding because you get declined over time, you get no collateral, and it's too expensive. So this already has implications that it impacts the scalability of their export endeavors. And they realize that when they start exporting or want to scale their exporting, that you really need a lot of financial backing to do that once you get orders from overseas in order to fulfill these to scale. Finally, relationships and networks also stood out to these women. Relationships emerged as really important because they say that people buy from people. It's all about the relationship. And networks played an important role in supporting these women. It was a point of contact with other women entrepreneurial exports. They learn from one another. They give business advice to one another, give information about market opportunities, but also emotional support, especially being women in business. So from all of our results, what unfolded was that we realized that what we had from this narrative research design and from the experiences of these women is that it showcased their interactions with various stakeholders. In other words, it showcased their entrepreneurial ecosystem. STEM defines an entrepreneurial ecosystem as a set of independent actors and factors coordinated in such a way that they enable productive entrepreneurship. So it is here where our work makes a contribution, in that we view this entrepreneurial ecosystem not as being traditionally viewed from a regional or a national perspective, but we view this from a global perspective, and we coin this as an entrepreneurial export ecosystem, where we say that these women form part of an entrepreneurial export ecosystem, and this export ecosystem needs to support these women in order to scale their exporting endeavors. Additionally, we provide a gendered view of such an ecosystem. Unfortunately, what we realized was that the mainstream or institutional export entrepreneurial ecosystem is hidden to these women. The support that is provided or can be provided to them is hidden, and therefore these women have to build their own ecosystems. It shows that these women are very resilient, they've got leadership skills, and they are very agentic. But because they have to build their own entrepreneurial ecosystem in order to support their exporting endeavors, it has severe implications in terms of costs and time, which influence the scalability of their exporting endeavors. To illustrate our export ecosystem, we have developed this conceptual model to show that in the middle, we have the women entrepreneurial exporters who are proactive, agentic, and have individual leadership styles. And because of all the shortcomings that they experience, we see that they create their own market opportunities. They leverage multiple networks that enable them to develop research, export-specific research, and they create what we call an export resource bank to support them in being able to be exporters. Our recommendations are really hands-on, and we see from our conversations with these women that they need hands-on, tailor-made support. Information must be readily accessible to them on digital platforms. we, from a developing country context, would really like to recommend more public-private partnerships with consultants and experts to really help them address their immediate needs. Even things like export coaching services could be great value. We also would like to suggest that these women need to be brought into value-driven, information-rich networks that would help them in overcoming the challenges. And of course, finance through either public or private entities need to be readily accessible. So in conclusion, our further research, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is an exploratory research project, and we see a lot of opportunities for further collaboration and expansion of this research. We would really like to, within developing country context, develop comparative case studies on the social and environmental impact that these women exporter entrepreneurs have. And we also intend to broaden our sample to investigate women entrepreneurial exporters agency. Thank you very much. Am I on time?
Before I pass to our next presentation, can we just have one follow-up question between? It wasn't clear to me the timing of your data collection, but can you say anything? Obviously, the framing of the Congress is about recovery from crises which are rolling and interconnected. Have the constraints tightened? Has finance tightened? Have relationships and networks become harder? Have other opportunities been reduced because of this continuous permanent crisis we seem to be in?
So our data is actually very rich, has a rich data set, which also showcases the experiences of the women during COVID. It was mixed. Some of them were able to start their businesses during COVID, and others suffered greatly. And I think online platforms enabled them to continue to build networks. And I think it's a positive story that they have been able to overcome the challenges of the pandemic and have worked through ways in which to do that.
Great,
Thank
brilliant, thank you. So now we're going to pass to Amelia Santos Paulino from UNCTAD. Thank you very much for joining us, Amelia, who with her colleague San Hyun has drafted a paper on whether female CEOs are better at technology adaptation using the evidence from South Korea. So Amelia, please, we're in your hands.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Paul, for leading the conversation. And I'm grateful to the panel and also to Ambassador Pagan for doing the hard job of trying to bring this into understandable policy arena. And thank you again to WTO colleagues for this fantastic opportunity of contributing through the steering committee and the organization of this event. I am pleased that Marianne presented before me because you might find my title a bit cold, but when you go deeper into the discussion, you will see two key messages here that also come from what Mariana said. One is that investment facilitation matters. The other is that trade facilitation matters, and we need to bring the two discussions together through the Lausanne and all Geneva, and also in our computers and Stata codes. So research, I'm glad that we are having this conversation. So why this paper? This is part of a broader research agenda that we are developing at UNCTAD on how small and medium enterprises, as part of the broad universe of multinational enterprises, can transmit policies and positive outcomes into the countries they invest. And one of them is gender. So when we started this project, we look at the Korea data, which has a fantastic level of detail in terms of the composition of the labor force, and in particular, who are the leaders in the enterprises. So we started digging deeper about the roles of these women and the decisions that they take and what are the outcomes. So this is the general background. As I said, this is part of a larger project. I work with San. Also, there are other colleagues at UNCTAD. We are doing different case studies, including both developed and developing countries. So the structure of my talk, very briefly, I will present some stylized facts. the analysis. Don't worry, I put all the econometrics behind, so I will just tell you what we do, and trust me, it's sound and scientifically decent, and then I will discuss the policy implications. So just before I dig into the paper itself, and I thank Sang for guiding me through all this interesting non-academic literature. If you look at the discussion of leadership and also women leadership, when it comes to high end of the knowledge spectrum, we have quotes like Martha Lane Fox, who was what they call the poster child of the IT revolution, said, gender diversity in the UK tech industry is still terrible. That was 2022 this year. Then we go deeper into the Fortune magazine and we see metaverse has a lack of women in leadership roles. And we go, and the same happening when it comes to artificial intelligence. So there is a real divide when it comes to who are the leaders in high-tech industries and what are the implications for gender and gender equality. So this is some of the motivation behind our work. But then what about the role of multinational enterprises? As I said before, this morning, our Deputy Secretary General, Pedro Moreno, highlighted the role of multinational enterprises, not only through their investment, but also the policies and practices that they bring into the countries where they invest. And we did a research project on that. We have a publication, and basically, a key recommendation or a key policy implication is that women matters in supply chain and in the global value chain world, but their role has to be facilitated through policies. And also that it's not that easy to transfer these gender policies as we do with technology or know-how. So I invite you to read the study, but also this is part of the motivation of what we are doing now. Then in terms of the broader spectrum and looking into SMEs, which is also an area where SMEs and FDI needs more analysis, what we try to see is whether SMEs can help to transfer more technology to developing countries, whether they can help in terms of more favorable impact on fiscal revenues, and then also to have more flexible local arrangements, including to help to address the issue of female leadership. So this is a large research project, as I said, but today I'm going to focus only on one aspect of it. Then why women, why female leadership matters? And there is a big, large academic literature looking not only from the investment or trade aspect, but also development. If you take the literature of Esther Duflo and others looking at women as policymakers in India and so on, there are many angles through which we can analyze this. But in the context of what we are talking here today, we see in the literature that women are associated, female leadership is associated with better performance of the firms that they lead. And this is proven by the policies that they implement and the results of that policy. There are also better innovators, innovation in terms of the 4 industrial revolution technologies as they are clearly defined. But also they have a better outcome when it comes to investing abroad and to investing in relation to what is called technology adoption. So, and that we see in the case of South Korea, as I will explain. So in general, it's not a dogmatic issue. There is proven evidence that women bring innovation and invest in advanced technology areas that could help developing countries in the medium long term. So I hear a very interesting, sorry, just going back, I think I'm moving in the wrong direction. Sorry, I moved in the wrong direction of the talk. Can you please take me back to there is one issue that I forgot to mention, and it's this phenomenon, what is called if you can please put it there. I mean, the issue of the glass cliff. This morning, we were talking about crisis and recovery. And there is a lot of evidence that women are bring as firefighter when there is a crisis, and they tend to be appointed as leader in times of crisis or to solve an issue, not only in the company itself, but also at the at the broad policy-making arena. So we want to analyze this in the paper, and it's a phenomenon that we look that usually firms, enterprises bring women to the board when there is a crisis, or they arise to leadership roles in the organization in time of crisis, or rather than in time of success. So when you look at the incremental impact, it's in general positive, but we want to move ahead from this. We don't want women as seeing only to solve problems, but also as part of a structure discussion on women empowerment and participation. So then what we do here, I mean, I don't want to go back into this description of things, but what is important is that what happens in terms of leadership at the top. When we look at the data, the corporate rooms are still dominated by men. We look at Standard & Poor's 500 top companies, and we look at different indicators, and still we see a lack of diversity in terms of the corporate rooms. But then how this gender leadership could be associated with the technology adoption. Here we look at different linkages, we look at different type of technologies, not only digital, but also cloud computing, big data, and so on and so forth. This is what we want to focus the analysis on. I'll just move this for the sake of time. And then what happens in South Korea? As I said, the choice of case study was driven because we could answer the question, but also because of the detailed data. We have access to more than 13,000 business registers, firms in Korea that will allow us to investigate in detail what happens there. So here we look at what are the list of the largest stock exchange by market capitalization. And they are ranked in share of women on the board. So we see the G20 average, and then we see Korea doesn't fare that well in comparison to other developed countries, and especially to the neighbors in Asia. But still, there is a big diversity when it comes to developed countries. In France, it's around 40% women on the board compared to around 10% in South Korea, much lower than the average in advanced countries. And then what happens in terms of the female leadership, not only at the board level, but across the employment level for a developed country? These are listed companies. We see that female employees make only 25% of the total labor force. And there has been a rise when it comes to the CEOs, but still the participation is a bit low. And then the rate of the board members is a bit similar, but it still remains very, very low. So what we can see here, that even in an advanced country, women are underrepresented when it comes to total employment. And one interesting case in South Korea was that when we look at the education level, women achieve the threshold of equality in terms of tertiary education, but still they don't make it to the corporate room or to the board or to leadership positions. Then here, another interesting style I found is the new appointed CEO. We see an increase of CEOs. It tripled from 2013. It went from 3% to 9% in 2022. But this is concentrated in two sectors, in services and manufacturing. So if we look at how slow are gender norms to change, I think it's important to assume that we really need to work hard to make these changes to happen faster, especially in developing countries. There is a report of the World Economic Forum in 2017 looking not only at investment, but at trade. And in general, it takes decades for norms to change in a country when it comes to gender. Then closer to what we are looking at, that is the adoption of foreign industrial revolution technologies and what happens to foreign direct investment after women are appointed as CEO. So here we look at comparison before and after the appointment of female CEOs on around 500 enterprises in Korea. So first, we see that firms utilizing foreign industrial revolution technologies either at the development or at the production stage of the technology, significantly increased almost by 40% after a woman was appointed as a CEO. So the adoption of fourth industrial revolution technology, like the innovation role of women, is clear, jumping from 5% to almost 8%. And then it increased by 85% the year after the woman was in the post. So the incremental effect is undeniable. Also, we saw other indicators that are not presenting here, the intensity of innovation, but also on the right, what happened to foreign direct investment. We see the jump in these firms investing abroad and investing in developing countries, including in the region, increased when women were appointed as CEOs. So these issues we analyze through different models, panel data. We use propensity score to look at the endogeneity of these issues because, you know, these decisions are very political. The appointment of women at leadership roles tend to be very political. So analytically, we did some advanced econometric analysis to account for that. This is the databases that we use. We use the survey of business activity because that data doesn't tell us the age, education, or cultural context of the women. We use the Orbis database to match that so we can get all that information and see the different characteristics of the female leader. And then we use the World Economic Forum report to design an index of fourth industrial revolution technologies that we used in the paper. So unlike previous studies that only look at the number of patents adopted by women, we have a very extensive range and advanced range of data in the paper. And let me summarize because Paul is looking at me. So we have the starlight facts that firms adopt more for industrial revolution technologies after female leaders are appointed. And also they tend to invest abroad more, especially in developing countries. So we have this regionalization of foreign investment. This is something that we are also looking at data in Latin America. So we present all the regressions results and they support what we see in a simple visual analysis of the data. But just let me steal 1 minute for the policy implications and why this matters. So if I can give you a tweet or a message to summarize, it will be that female CEOs promote the adoption of fourth industrial revolution technologies and they invest more in developing countries. And that will lead, hopefully, to technological spillover in the recipient economy. But how do we get there? What do we need to do? As we said in the report that is circulated around and that I presented, the policies of the multinational investing matter, not only the domestic policies of the countries that receive them. That's one. The corporate culture is sometimes an under-researched area, and we are glad that the Global Compact of the UN and the ESG, the Economic Social Governance reporting, is now a requirement of listed company, and this is helping with the debate. Also, linkages are important, and we saw it in our analysis, how to create a training ecosystem for women in developing countries that bring together academia, policymakers, and international organizations. I would like to mention the Empretec program of UNCTAD as a tool, and I see Fiorina, my former colleague who was the lead of Empretec for many years, as a practical tool to empower women through entrepreneurial activities, but policies matter. And finally, we cannot divorce investment facilitation from trade facilitation, and I stop here. Thank you very much. I'm happy to come back with the discussion. Thank you.
Give you a chance to take your seat. Thank you very, very much for that. So from a very, very low base, clearly, some incremental increases in employment, board membership, CEO roles, and we'll take the econometrics as given. Thank you. The really, really hard question, just in less than a minute, why? Why is the promotion of fourth industrial revolution technologies stronger when you have women in leadership roles?
That's a very good question, and that's something that that's a very good question. And as I said at the beginning, when you look at the role of women in society, it's well proven that as a decision makers, women tend to have a more balanced view and more forward-looking view on what will be the positive outcomes for the firm. And also we see it in policy making. I mean, there are issues related, as I said, to the personality and or to the characteristic of women that we have not fully explained, but we ran several regressions and we look at different characteristics, for example, education and so on. And women tend to be better decision making in the short, medium term. This is an issue, but also when it comes to developing country, also there are cultural relationships that are important to understand, especially cases like Bangladesh that we look at, whereby the cultural context matter, and having women as a leader helps to bring in women from the whole supply chain to the relationship. So, okay.
Great, thank you very much again. So now we turn to the last paper, which will be presented by Nicole Mensah. Nicole, who of course many of you know from her position and role in the WTO here, but also an economist, a social entrepreneur, passionate about economic empowerment of women and development in low and middle income countries, and is going to be talking about the shea butter industry in Ghana. Thank you, Nicole.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome again, and thank you for being here. I'm going to present today on a topic I call Women's Gold, the shea butter industry in Ghana, and the link between empowerment and trade. Let me see. Yeah, perfect. So this paper, the objective of this paper, it basically looks at the relationship between empowerment and a woman's employment choice, specifically a woman's decision to work in the shea butter industry as an entrepreneur or as an employed cooperative member with access to global value chains. So when I say entrepreneur, I'll define it a bit because it's a bit different from how Marian described her entrepreneurs. But here I'm talking about self-employed women who make the shea butter themselves and then sell them nationally or locally. Whereas those who are involved in cooperatives, you know, work with a group of other women, make the shea butter, and then they export it outside of Ghana, mostly to the US, to Europe, and to many other places. So background, a little bit on shea butter, if you all don't know what it is. Shea butter is an oil. It's produced from a nut similar to olive oil or to cocoa butter. It's often used in cosmetic production, but it's also used as a cooking oil and as a cocoa butter substitute in chocolate. For centuries, it's been referred to as women's gold because it has provided employment for millions of women in Africa. In West Africa, it's a $200 million industry. 16 million women in West Africa are involved in the production of shea butter, and 1 million women in Ghana are involved in this production. In Ghana, it's produced in the 5 northern regions, which unfortunately are also the most impoverished regions in the country. Personally, I founded a skincare company in 2015. So this is a topic that is dear to my heart. And then ITC as well works, I was speaking with them, they currently work with about 5 shea butter cooperatives in West Africa. One of them in Guinea employs almost 5,000 members, 5,000 women. So really, it's a big industry. On the literature review, and I think as Emilia said, with the literature review and the econometrics, you can see me later if you want more information. But there is a large amount of research that has been done on the industry. I've worked with women in the industry, and at least the narrative is that, you know, the shea butter industry as a whole really empowers women. Cooperatives empower them even more. When you speak to women, they will tell you that they're able to send their children to school, they're able to pay for more things in the household because of this industry and because of their work in cooperatives. But we've seen, at least in the little bit of research that has already been done, most of it is qualitative, but you see that there are benefits from this industry, there are benefits from being in an agricultural cooperative. So that's what we're also looking at here. Okay, so on my research, I look at 3 groups of women. Women in shea butter cooperatives, as I mentioned, I call them Shea Corp, so you'll see that later on. Shea butter entrepreneurs, so these are women who make and produce and sell locally and then sell within Ghana as well. I call them Sheapreneurs. And then a group of non-shea butter workers as well, who are just entrepreneurs within the same area, but working in different fields. So for my methods to do this, we spent 3 weeks in November 2020 in the northern region of Ghana in 4 different communities. I worked with 10 enumerators, ended up interviewing 800 women, and we did this through surveys. So we really have a rich data set. It was voluntary participation, but we did get approval from community leaders to do this. And then each woman, after they were interviewed, got a token of $6. So let's go into the data. We see that the average age of the woman that we worked with was 36. All the women had an average of less than 2 years of education. So that is at least going up to grade 1. So mostly nursery school and then 1 year of formal education. Despite English being the primary and official language of Ghana, most of these women did not speak English. So about 88% of them did not, and they were mostly illiterate. The average percentage of women who were married was 94%. We see that the average number of women had 4 children and lived in a household with 12 household members. So in this specific region, I'd say that there is a cultural practice of polygamy. So a lot of the women who lived in their household lived, if they were married, and 94% of them were, they lived with other wives within the household. So they had large household members. We did our research in 2022. And what we also noticed is there was a large amount of girls between the ages of 15 and 18 who had just entered the job market. And this was because many of them were forced to drop out of school due to the pandemic, and most of them were not planning to go back to school. So when we're looking at effects of the pandemic on women, this is something that we see in real time. For the full sample, the woman made an average of $57 a month and an annual income of $689 a month. On the table, it's represented in cedis, so I'll just translate it into dollars for you at that time so you know what it means. Women who worked in cooperatives made $876 a year. Women who worked as shea butter entrepreneurs made $302 a year. And those who worked as entrepreneurs in other fields made $675 a year. So within the same industry, really what is key is that women with access to global value chains made 2.8 times the amount of money that women in the same industry made without access to global value chains. Let me see if I can, I don't know if I can go back. Yes. Just to also mention that when we look at savings, the women who were employed in cooperatives were able to save $69 a year. Women who were not employed in cooperatives but worked in shea butter were able to save $49 a year. And then other entrepreneurs saved $41 a year. So again, those with access to global value chains earned more, and they were also able to save more on average. So how do we define empowerment? In order to do this research, I created an empowerment index looking at a variety of factors. We're looking at a woman's freedom and ability to spend her own income, a woman's political agency, whether she votes, whether she doesn't vote, how she views herself in the society, women's community views and the way they view themselves within their communities, their views on equality with regards to their children, their views on domestic abuse. And maybe as an aside, let me mention that, as I said, we interviewed 802 women. Later on, when I was looking at the data collection on domestic abuse, we asked them a series of questions. Only 25 of those women felt that domestic abuse was completely wrong. Right, so this means that the other 777 of those women thought it was acceptable. Not that it was right, but it was acceptable. So there's really a lot of work to be done when it comes to gender and empowerment. But going back to this, so we looked at sexual agency, ability to determine family planning, attitude towards savings, and things like that to define our index. So when we calculate our index, it was based on a total of 41 questions, but put into 12 indices to create the whole index. we see that surprisingly, the women in shea butter cooperatives, who I expected to be the most empowered, were the least empowered. And so out of a scale of 100, they had a mean of 63 out of 100. Women who sold by themselves as sharepreneurs had 64.5 out of 100, and entrepreneurs 64.9. So really, there is no statistical significance here. It's not much difference between the three groups. But what we see is that surprisingly, the women that we expected to be the most empowered end up being the least empowered. Okay, so I will run through my model very quickly. Because as Emilia said, if you want to look at it, you can contact me, I will give you more information. But I use a model, I use an OLS logistic regression and then a multinomial logistic regression to evaluate the data. And so these are the models that I used as well, just for the economists here. So going into our data, and let me quickly skip. So going into the results, I have already mentioned, but when compared to the two groups, we see that the women in shea butter cooperatives have a lower empowerment score, and this is on the first column. They have a lower empowerment score, and so 1 unit increase in empowerment score reduces the probability that a woman is going to be employed in a shea butter cooperative by 0.36%. And this is significant at the 5% level. A higher empowerment score increases the probability that a woman is either a sharepreneur or an entrepreneur. Despite the low empowerment score, what we see is that monthly finance and savings are significant at the 5% and 1% level. So really what it means is that women who trade, earn more, and they also save more than their counterparts who don't. And so this is extremely important for our narrative around trade and empowerment, because we cannot wholly conclude that we see here there's no positive link between trade and women's empowerment as we define it in this research. But we can say that when it comes to economic empowerment, which seeks to increase women's access to economic resources and opportunities, there is a link between trade and women's economic empowerment. So maybe not wholly, but when it comes to the finances, there's a strong link there. And this is the multinomial logit regression results, which shows basically the same thing. And I'll just mention here, we see that monthly income, when you look at the very first table, which compares being a shea butter entrepreneur, and so selling your own, to being part of a cooperative, we see that monthly income, annual saving amounts, saving attitudes, and freedom to spend are significant at the 1% level. So sharepreneurs are more likely, compared to cooperative members, sharepreneurs make less, they save less, and they have fewer assets. At the same time, they're more likely to have more freedom when it comes to how to spend their money. So here I'm kind of breaking down what we looked at. It's between these two tables, breaking down what we looked at within the index. So they are more likely to have more freedom on how to spend their money. Their saving attitude is also positive, which shows that if they made more money, they might actually be able to save more than the women who worked in cooperatives. Spousal finance, which is knowing how much money your spouse makes, and views on women's role in society were also statistically significant at the 5% level. And so sharepreneurs are more likely actually to know how much their spouse makes, but then they're less likely to have empowered views on their role in society. So that's something, to pay attention to. So it's positive because cooperative members have, a better view of themselves when it comes to their role in society. So what can we conclude? Oopsie. Okay, so I think in conclusion, the evidence is clear. Women who trade make 2.8 times the amount of money that women who do not trade within the same industry make. And this is huge. If I was making 2.8 times my salary right now, that would be fantastic. So it does make a difference. And research has shown that higher incomes stimulate consumer spending, they help businesses' bottom lines, and they grow the economy. So if we can involve more women, and these are really rural women, if we can involve more of them in in global value chains, economies are going to benefit. And McKinsey shows that if we're able to achieve some type of gender equality, we could add as much as $12 trillion to the economy. And in a perfect situation, it would be $28 trillion. So really, this is huge. But at the same time, we have to be careful the way we frame the story around trade and women's empowerment. Some research has shown that in some high-income countries, trade actually does not have any effect on women's empowerment, probably because those women are already empowered. Whereas in low-income countries, you see a higher correlation between trade and women's empowerment. So this is something to be careful about. In this research, we see that trade actually does not correlate with women's empowerment as defined here. But as I said, it does correlate with the financial empowerment. But this is also due to some stronger driving factors. And I'm not sure if it was Emilia or Marian who said this, but actually, sorry, I think it was Emilia, about culture. And so sometimes we have stronger driving factors such as culture, such as education, such as society. And so really, as the Director General often says, trade can be part of the solution to equality and to women's empowerment, but it's not the only solution. So really, we have to also look at other things. Thank you.
So allow me to also follow up with one question for you, Nicole, then, if I may. Because if I understood correctly, you point out an incredibly interesting contradiction, dilemma between what might be on the one hand individual empowerment, which may lead individual women to become entrepreneurs, but then unfortunately do less well than less empowered women in your index who make more women through cooperatives. And I'm wondering about this sort of comparison between individual empowerment and group empowerment, and possibly bringing in the term solidarity. And although I think your activity, your data took place in November 2020, so right really at the heart of the time when restrictions were coming in and opportunities were being squeezed, I wonder if there was also solidarity in things like care activities for the 4 children of your average person in the survey, whether that also provided an informal network for other support that allowed the cooperative activities to continue when perhaps some of the individual activities suffer. And I wondered if you could say anything about that in the context, particularly of COVID for the time.
Paul, I think you're 100% right. I will put a disclaimer. So our research took place at the end of COVID, but we focused on 2019 information. But you do see that within the cooperatives, and this is the benefit of them, sometimes the workers are allowed to bring their children to work. So they're able to bring them in, they have a little section in most of the cooperatives where at least they can be cared for within the community. And so with things like that, and then cooperatives often, when it comes to, and I didn't present this data, but we looked at how many of the women were using things like mobile money. We see that the women in the cooperatives, most of them use mobile money. Most of them have mobile phones versus the entrepreneurs, because cooperatives provide that kind of training, that type of access for most of the women. And so I think that is the benefits, which is also why we expected that our numbers for cooperative in terms of empowerment would have been a little bit higher, but we're not. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very, very much. It's quite difficult to tie together obviously papers addressing different facets of women's empowerment, their lived experience, their ability to bring in tech in their CEO roles, but also then contrasting individual shea butter entrepreneurs versus those in cooperatives. And I think I followed up with some questions to try to pin it down a little bit. So at this point, I think I'm going to turn it over to some questions initially from those of you in the room who might have questions either that cut across all 3 presentations or for individuals in specifically. And then I'll also turn to Sandra and see if we've got questions not yet coming from our virtual audience. But so if you wish to ask a question, please put your hand up. I'll call on you, just explain in one sentence who you are and if you represent an organization or yourself, and then ask your question, please. So I see the person at the back. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fiorina Mugione. I was a former UNCTAD colleague, and I'm now a coach and an angel investor. I work independently, so I'm finally walking the talk and being an entrepreneur. I would like to ask a question to my colleague Amelia. I liked your presentation. I have a question concerning what type of governance structure have you taken into account in your research? Because possibly the women influencer, not yet on the board and or being a CEO, but they exerce leadership in a different way, which probably is what you called corporate culture. So how do you measure those changes that are happening? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiorina. Nice to see you. Nice to see you here. I think it's a very good question. We focus, as I said, in the paper is at the top leadership. So we look at the question we ask at the level of CEOs, but also we look at board members. So that transition that you ask might have not been taken into account, but the question here is about the top leadership in the listed company. So we focus on the CEO as the key decision maker. But I think you have a good point, because sometimes this is not an independent decision, but part of a sort of more, say, mixed governance structure of a firm. Yes, but here we look at the CEO as the responsible of, as the decision maker, let's say the policy maker of the company. Yes.
Sorry, on top of Amelia's excellent answer to the question, I would like to just add a couple of things about the way we utilize the data. So we indeed do consider the gender diversity at the board level. So that one we bring from some external data set. And then what we find there is that, like, we find a typical pattern that when like for the firms that have female CEOs or female leaders, they tend to have more diversity in their boards as well as within their companies as well. So we think that what female CEOs are, well, like this, I guess, speaks to the mechanism that Paul has asked after the presentation. What we think is basically what's engineering these changes in terms of the technology adoption, I think is associated with some sort of like an internal gender diversity drive. So which means, like, along with female CEOs, they kind of bring in more gender diversity in the board as well as more gender diversity within the company. So also it's kind of hard to say observe some inner HR policy changes or some changes in inner organizations. But I think it's kind of like what's driving the changes there. I think that's the main drive. Thank you.
Right. So what I'm going to do now, because I've got you all thinking about questions, which is very good. So now we're going to take a break, allow you to reformulate, and we're going to hear from Ambassador Maria Pagan from the United States, who's going to give us, I think, perhaps a policy perspective, particularly from the aspect of US corporation policy on supporting women's entrepreneurship, their contribution to economic growth, and their contribution to trade.
Well, thank you. And let me begin by congratulating the WTO Secretariat and all the partners who have undertaken the task of organizing this first ever World Trade Congress on Gender. And congratulations to the presenters. Fascinating, thought-provoking research and conversation. The papers offer unique regional perspectives on the drivers of women's economic success and self-sufficiency. And I am mulling on the notion that Amelia presented, among many other things, of the, women are brought in sometimes to deal with crisis. And, I am a woman, obviously, and maybe it's because we're better at handling crisis than men most of the time. But again, really, congratulations, really thought-provoking, and we'll, take this. I hope we continue these conversations. The experience of women in trade, whether through the lens of entrepreneurs or executives, shares many similarities wherever you are in the world, and we've heard from different perspectives. The World Economic Forum published an article on investing in women and diverse entrepreneurs to boost post-pandemic recovery that underscores a key point. What female and diverse entrepreneurs everywhere in the world want is not favoritism, but an equitable starting line. Unfortunately, as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic, exacerbated by conflict, food insecurity, and other global crises, disproportionately impacted women, dealing a blow to not just stepping onto, but getting past the starting line. To help address this and other challenges, President Biden's 2023 budget includes a request for approximately $2.6 billion for foreign assistance programs that promote gender equity and equality worldwide, more than doubling the amount requested for gender programs in the prior year. This includes $200 million for the Gender Equity and Equality Action Fund to advance the economic security of women and girls globally. The funding is intended to enable USAID to reach millions more primary and secondary school age girls get the education they need to pursue their dreams. It starts with access to education. Interesting comments from Nicole on this issue of education. The funding will also enable USAID to promote more women in the workforce. Globally, women comprise just 39% of the labor force, yet they suffered over half of the pandemic-related job losses around the world. USAID will invest in support such as high-quality childcare services to help women rejoin the workforce. Finally, the funding will enable USAID to make progress in addressing gender-based violence so that everyone can participate fully and safely in society. Again, some interesting remarks on this issue of domestic violence. These are just a few areas where we seek to make a difference. President Biden also signed an executive order establishing a White House Gender Policy Council designed to advance gender equity and equality in both domestic and international contexts. USTR was proud to be named to the Gender Policy Council and to support the development of this historic whole-of-government effort to develop the United States' first national strategy on gender equity and equality that was released in October 2021. As a result, advancing gender equity and equality and increasing women's economic opportunity are reinforced in the President's trade agenda and integrated throughout all our trade engagements. As part of our effort to advance its shared priorities, the United States is also fully engaged in conversations around inclusive trade here at the WTO. I believe we're really just at the beginning of what we can accomplish together. We have joined the informal working group on trade and gender and continue to support the WTO's robust work program around gender and inclusive trade. In addition to this program, I'll briefly highlight a few examples of where the WTO can make a significant contribution. The first area is transparency. And Marianne spoke about the issue of access to information, and completely agree. And transparency for us is certainly one of the key areas where a lot can be done with really, frankly, very little, because a lot of it is just putting the effort into it. As a general matter, we know the value of ensuring that people who engage in trade should have access to necessary information about rules and regulations governing trade. Policymakers have an obligation to notify all trade-related measures to the WTO, but that alone is not sufficient. Actively disseminating information through both electronic and more traditional means remains essential to reduce the information asymmetries faced by women-owned businesses. For example, members undertook obligations in the Trade Facilitation Agreement to expand online publication, and upgrades in IT systems at the WTO, like ePing, will be a boon, particularly to small businesses in receiving regulatory information critical to their operations. Again, I think Marianne highlighted this beautifully. The second area is facilitating small trade. In the United States, we have long had a policy of allowing low-value shipments to enter duty-free and with simplified paperwork. In just one example, a Ukrainian woman entrepreneur selling her handmade products on Etsy to US customers has made almost 6,000 sales using this digital marketplace. I love Etsy, and I have 2 Ukrainian women that I have bought things from. The WTO must continue work to ensure these kinds of transactions can continue to flourish, and that we promote interoperability of our data, financial, and paperless trading systems. Again, trade facilitation, investment facilitation, totally key. We applaud the efforts of the Secretariat to launch a database on gender provisions in regional trade agreements and to undertake more research in this area. As others are doing, the United States is working to fill the identified data gaps when it comes to gender disaggregated data, but more collective thinking and research is still needed. Since trade is informed by data and research, we must do our part to close these gaps. Last year, USTR requested an unprecedented two-part investigation by our U.S. International Trade Commission on the distributional effects of goods and services trade and trade policy on U.S. workers as they affect underserved, underrepresented, and marginalized communities. The resulting catalog of the findings from the investigation's roundtable discussions, academic symposium hearing, and literature review was publicly released last month. And I'm sure you can find it. It may even be posted on our website, I'm not sure, but it's certainly from the USITC website. Going forward, the second part of the investigation establishes a new standard by including distributional effects in future analysis of the probable economic effects of trade agreements. Combined with the kind of groundbreaking research presented today, these data efforts are so critical, not only to inform policymakers, but to craft well-designed technical assistance and capacity building programs delivered by the WTO, its partners, and by donor countries such as the United States. So let me conclude by saying that our efforts at the WTO can deliver a significant contribution. I'm excited, really excited to join this conversation around ways we can together make trade more inclusive and equitable. And I believe that together we can accomplish much more. And again, congratulations to the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think I might have a question for you, but I'm going to allow you to catch your breath and also see what questions we get from the room and possibly online as well. So I think, Sarah, I saw you had your hand up first, and then I think there was a question over here as well. Second, yes, there we go. Great, thank you. So,
thank you very much. My name is Arif Zaman. I sit on the board of an organization called the Commonwealth Business Women's Network. I was very struck when I was in Pakistan last week that you talk about entrepreneurial ecosystems. Very interesting in Pakistan, where they've, with their national incubation centers, the most recent iteration of that in Lahore, they've integrated into that entrepreneurial ecosystem those Pakistanis from Silicon Valley. Yeah, through established entrepreneur networks. I thought it was very, very interesting. In fact, it's something that we're looking at as a model for the Commonwealth, because it could be very interesting on the diaspora front. So I just wonder, when you look at the potential of an entrepreneur ecosystem, to what extent are you looking at an evolving ecosystem? You know, obviously second, third generation diaspora provide entry points into different sectors and locations. And I wonder whether there may be an interesting opportunity there, whether from your perspective or indeed from the US perspective. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Heidi Sansan Warren. I'm with the World Bank. I have a question, actually two questions, one for UNCTAD and one for Ms. Mariana with the University of Pretoria. So for UNCTAD, I was just curious to see if you compared your data with data on men as well, just to see if there's actually a real gap in terms of how things are developing. And for Ms. Martinet, my question would be on, I mean, you mentioned that your data is based on 19 women-led or women-owned firms. And so I wondered if you have any sense of how representative this data is, if you compare it to the larger universe of traders in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just check to see if there's a third question, and then we'll go back to the panel, please.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. I'm Nadia. I'm with the UN Economic Commission for Africa. I wonder, Marianne, if you saw any differences by size of business or by membership in associations. And the reason I'm asking is also because it relates to Nicole's presentation. So I think, you found that there were many challenges that women exporters face as entrepreneurs, and Nicole's finding is that by being part of cooperatives, you can more easily participate in trade and access the market, even though you're less empowered than an entrepreneur might be. So I wonder if there's something that we can learn from a combination of the two findings, and what the role might be of either participating collectively or through associations in accessing value chains and supply chains.
Great, thank you, Nadia. So I think I'll come back. I think we've got time for a second round. But I think maybe quickly, Amelia and Sunghyun on the comparative question of men. And then to Marianne, I think there were some specific questions for you. And then also a question I think Nicole might want to reflect on as well, if we do it in that order. And then I think we'll have time for a second round.
Yep. So I'm going to answer to that question whether we have compared that performance of female leader firms with those firms that are led by male CEOs. And yes, we in fact did that. And then we all find our statistical and econometric results find between 0.2% to 0.5% superior, like higher likelihood of adopting the latest technologies compared to the firms that are led by males. But just as a kind of like precaution, like I'm just saying all these different magnitudes and different values here. I wouldn't take these sort of like values at the face value because there are still kind of a lot of confounding values here. What I can say confidently about these sort of like positive effects of female CEOs is that we do find somehow these positive effect of female CEOs quite consistently across different methods. And like when we just kind of like look at these effects like non-parametrically, then we still do see some positive effects here. So yes, we did compare the result with the firms that are led by men. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the last question first. I do think that the women who were part of memberships and associations and networks consisting of other women found were much more, they had much more positive experiences. So I do think that that support provided makes a huge difference. And initiatives like She Trade, and in South Africa we have Trade Forward South Africa. Belonging to such an association gives you access to information, I think, which makes it a less daunting task. The women who found it difficult to gain access to government support systems were a bit more constrained, and they experienced more challenges regarding their export experiences. So I do think that going forward, it would be interesting to interrogate that difference much more. Thank you. And then on the representativity of these women, so our sample size is still currently very small, and we really would like to expand it quite significantly. The challenge is it's really hard to find these women. There's not a lot of women businesses, women-led or women-owned businesses who export. And I think given the low entrepreneurship rates in South Africa, it is already very much indicative. And I think we will try to make more headway in getting more women in our sample. But I also think it would be good if we can include women from other countries as well. So I would appreciate anyone who would like to form part of this research project, if we could make it a cross-country comparisons, to reach out to me, please. Because I think their stories are fascinating, and we really need to hear these stories. In terms and the diaspora, that's actually that's a very fascinating suggestion in how they bridge the ecosystem from national to international. And I think exploring those linkages in terms of trade would be very interesting, and that's something worthwhile to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, let me first go to Nicole to see if you want to reflect again on this sort of hidden support through cooperatives, and then to Amelia after that.
I'll just jump on that quickly because I think Marion has explained, but what we see in cooperatives, we see in associations, women are performing well, and they're actually performing very well. So I think really also policy-wise, governments also have to look at how to support these groups to do even more. Because in as much as I spoke about the shea butter cooperatives, they're still very much at the baseline where they're lacking infrastructure. There's so many technology or machinery equipment that they could use, which they don't have. And just to mention that most of the cooperatives in Ghana, at least, are funded some by the government, but you'll see they're funded by DFID, they're funded by JICA, they're funded by USAID. So if we are able to get more funding into that to increase the number of women who are able to participate, I think this will it would help very much.
Thank you, Paul. Now, I just wanted to go back to the issue of transparency. I mentioned in my presentation that increasingly in many jurisdictions, reporting on the performance of enterprises and in the composition of the labor force is important, but it is not all that transparent in the sense that still there is a lot of unknown about gender pay gaps. And I think there is more that has to be done to have more information in the tradable and non-tradable sectors. So we at UNCTAD look at the top 5,000 multinational enterprises, and we see that increasingly there is more reporting on women at the board or the composition of the leadership, but we don't know what happens in the middle of the skeleton and at lower levels of employment. So more transparency is needed in that area, but also in the issue on the existence and application of a diversity policy. This is also a big unknown still, and not many companies report on that. And even going to cases like what your case study, the issue, I mean, you look at across sectors. Earlier on, we were having a conversation about special economic zones, and we did some work in Africa. We interviewed largest number of special economic zones, and companies report on the E of the ESG, but not so much on the social and on the governance, including gender. So these are issues that need to be put at the table because still there is more need for transparency on that. So I think these are important areas of research. And quickly on the issue of migrants, now that it was mentioned, at UNCTAD we did some work together with the International Organization of Migration and UNHCR, again, colleagues from the entrepreneurship branch led that work, trying to see how can we optimize the policy framework for migrants, entrepreneurs, and how entrepreneurship can be a way of integrating not only traditional economic migrants, but refugees. So here we have sort of menu options that working with partners can be realized, but the key is entrepreneurship at the bottom, because these women are the ones that produce and hopefully will trade. So I think this is an important connection and important discussion to put at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's see if we can take 2 or 3 other questions. I'll add my own to that, I think, but I think I saw a hand up here and then the woman at the back in the yellow thing.
Thank you very much. It's been very interesting. I actually just want to get back to the point first. I'm Melissa from the European Bank from Reconstruction and Development. Onto the point of information. Because Marianne, you also pointed out that a lot of the entrepreneurs don't actually know about the available programs. And this point came out again and again. And Nicole, you also just mentioned that this is a lot of times supported through USAID, through TA programs, through different actors. But I was wondering how we can actually get businesses, multinationals, to participate and to engage in such activities much more, which are very costly often, because we keep saying we all preach that there's a clear business case to bring more women into these trade activities, and in the end they depend on these inputs. And I was just wondering if any of you, maybe also Mrs. Ambassador, if you have any ideas here, or also Amelia, on how we can actually really get the multinationals to finance and to step in and participate in these activities. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Elodie Onana. I organize trainings to empower women in Africa to start a business on the internet. And it's really interesting to listen to you, to the researches and all that, but I am sorry to say that it's not enough, because we do the research, we have conferences, we have trainings, but if those women don't have mentorship, or if they don't have people that hold their hands and tell them that it's possible, or show them the way, they are not going to do anything. They will go to conferences, then get home and just hope that maybe that could be the ones exporting shea butter or products, but at the end of the day, they will not do it. I come from Cameroon. I studied here in Europe. I see how things are being done here. Here, people have access to informations, people have internet, they have electricity. Those are things that are luxury for some of those people that have been interviewed. So I would like to hear from the ambassador which initiatives you actually have to mentor, not only train, not only have conferences, because I think that they need a little bit more push to have it done, because it's one thing to listen to something and it's another thing to actually implement it. So do you have initiative to mentor those women or anything in that way? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to, I think we're going to conclude with those two questions, unless there were additional ones online. I'm going to add my own, which is, I think, about policy coherence, and unfortunately, it will be partly towards you as a representative of a government, but also of clearly a country which is very generous through its cooperation programs. It's really about policy coherence. We're at the WTO. We're at a Congress which is talking about women's contribution through entrepreneurship, through economic growth, to recovery. And when we think of crisis, we clearly think of COVID, we think of climate change, we think of the economic crisis now created by Russia's aggression in Ukraine. And yet there are also crises which have implications for a government's own policy at home and also its cooperation activities. And the two that I think of are, if you like, changing demographics and capitalism's blind spot, which is care, and the provision of care services, which have traditionally fallen on women, which, if provided, allow women's participation in economic activity and trade and therefore recovery. So that's one crisis. And therefore, does government policy address care systems? Does cooperation policy address care systems as much as it addresses entrepreneurship and mentorship? And the second crisis, which we've not talked about, is really the political backlash against gender equality and women's rights, and how that has taken root in certain parts of the world, and whether a government or a country's behavior at home or through its cooperation policies needs to also tackle that backlash in order to be successful, to allow women's participation in entrepreneurship, in trade, etc., etc. So it's really a question about policy coherence at home and policy coherence abroad, and it falls unfairly on you a little bit, and I'm sorry about that. But maybe if we can go in the order of the presenters for any last comments you'd like to make, or any questions that were addressed to you, and then we'll conclude with the ambassador at the end. I don't know if you'd like to start off, Marianne.
I fully agree with your points on that. Training is not enough. It needs to go beyond training. And that's why we're also, I think I come from a business school context. I'm at the Gordon Institute and we see the value of coaches and mentors and how that really makes a difference in a view that is the next step. Training is one thing, but it needs to go beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. So Amelia and Sunghwa.
Yes, I would like to try to address the two questions and then make my final remark. There are two issues here. What policymakers can do at the receiving end and also at the open economy end, where you have developing countries wanting to participate in global trade and to insert those emerging sectors and most underrepresented sectors. But here I am preaching from my own work. You need investment perspective and you need to coordinate both, and also what are the mechanisms, and here we need to think about a context where you need to think about supply chain relationships, how this mechanism work through the supply chains from the producer to from the input to the producer to the exporter, and how women fare in this context from a small business to larger corporations. The other issue about, I mean, we do the research, what next? The linkages program. And this is something that we have been working on a lot at UNCTAD, how to develop linkages between producers and even consumers, because the consumer base of a country is an important driver of ensuring equality. Like I will not consume from a company that doesn't respect gender equality. So this linkages program from the policy viewpoint, but also from the training viewpoint, linkages between the enterprises and local universities and producers, and especially in sectors like the one that I presented today in IT and the STEMs and the science. We have our colleagues from the technology division here that are doing some work on women and in the e-business ecosystem. So linkages are important. And then what are the channels and how does it work? So in our work, we have identified 4 channels. One is the supply chain that I already mentioned, and we studied extensively in the case of the garment industry in Bangladesh. There are positive demonstration effects there, but in the case of Costa Rica, we saw that women are not penalized when they move from the multinationals to the local companies. They bring know-how, but they are guaranteed a certain level, a standard of protection and salaries when they move to. So this labor mobility is also important. And then social dialogue. Social dialogue is important, and one it cannot be, as I said, you cannot have so many blind spots when it comes to trade and investment. And this is a social dialogue between enterprises, but also between home countries and host countries. This will be more or less the framework. But linkages, including training for producers and exporters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Simon?
Yep. I'm just going to make some general remarks about like what we have presented. So we really in the backdrop of against the backdrop of this 4th industrial revolution and all these technological changes that's happening in the economy, people commonly think that female managers are less likely to adopt this 4th industrial technology, or these firms are less technologically less developed than those that are led by male leaders. But then that's actually not really true from what we discover from our research. And then I think there might be some backlashes about these quotas that are imposed on the gender diversity at the board level of the companies. But I would like to just stress that these type of policies might be quite important in terms of promoting the farm performance, and especially the technology adoptions across the economy.
I think I'll just address the 2 questions quickly. Elodie, I agree with you. This is not enough. So the trainings, I think, are not enough. Research itself is not enough. I mentioned already that I'm an entrepreneur. And speaking with other entrepreneurs, what we found is lacking the most is finance. And so a lot of young women or young entrepreneurs know what to do. They don't have the financing to do it. And so that becomes a problem. But it kind of leads me to Melissa's question, because businesses do want to invest. And so even with my work with the DG, we've been involved with many businesses, UPS, Microsoft, who are interested in women, who are interested in women-led businesses and how they can support. And so it's a question of kind of tapping into that to make sure that we also maybe provide the right environments for them to support. We've been working or speaking with ITC about starting a gender fund for women entrepreneurs to kind of scale up a lot of work that's already being done. So I've spoken about the work that I've done with cooperatives, but how do we scale that up even further? To scale that up, and perhaps that's an avenue where you can get more businesses involved, because then they have a level of trust in the organizations and they know where the money is going. But I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. And finally, Ambassador.
Thank you. And actually, perfect segue. I completely agree with what Nicole just said. I mean, clearly talking is not enough, but it is a start, because you are having the conversation that, we weren't having some years ago. And so it's important to continue having the conversation with government officials and to the point of industry, absolutely. And when we talk to trade associations or whatever, I mean, this is something that we're very keen on pushing and saying, how can you work with us? So yes, agree. Not sufficient, but it is important. And again, things like the study that was requested of the International Trade Commission. I mean, getting the data which all of you guys are doing. But for us, as a government, even just recognizing, and here, kudos to Ambassador Tai and really to the whole Biden administration team, because they believe that we need to, in order to make good policy, you have to have the data. I'm a lawyer, I'm not a data person, but I recognize that you have to have the data. And even just, getting our U.S. International Trade Commission, which is a fantastic independent agency that does great work. I mean, they recognize that, we're starting from really a very low base, and we just need to continue doing that. And I know that, we're doing that in the United States. I was recently listening to a podcast that was about Peru. I saw the Peruvian person here, and he left. And it was fascinating because everybody's trying to figure out how does trade, how do crises impact women, and then what do you draw from that data? So going to the very easy questions that was posed by Paul. I mean, again, what I would say is, I wouldn't say there's. I try to be glass half full. So I try not to think of that there's a backlash in gender equality. There are difficult conversations that we're having in the United States, and they're also happening in other parts of the world. And again, I think we need to have the conversations, and we need to continue talking to each other and not talking past each other. This is part of what the Biden administration is trying to do. I mean, we are trying to move forward. I wish I had a catalog. Maybe one before I leave my posting here, I will have memorized, all the good programs that the United States has. USAID. We're donors with the ITC here in Geneva. And some of that is going to not just talking, but actually really helping, countries and private, sector in other countries develop. Education, part of the funding that the administration is requesting, is to help with education, which is fundamental, again, to, I guess, empower, women and everybody. But so, yes, I think we do have to recognize that we have certain blind spots. And, for example, the issue of care. As I'm a mom, and I was a single mom, and, even though I had a very supportive, co-parent, it is difficult. And I had a lot of support. So I can only imagine how women in a cooperative where they have to take care of the 4 kids and somebody else's kids too, how do you even get anything done? So, we are cognizant of those things. We need to keep those things in mind. We are all different countries, United States. I mean, healthcare is privatized. I mean, we do have challenges, even being the United States. And, and every different country is different. And so you have to, look at the specific circumstances. But having the recognition that maybe we do have some blind spots, and how can we fix that? And I will end by saying, one of the things that we are doing, looking at it from the trade policy perspective, because I'm a trade geek after all, is bringing the caring about those who have been left behind when it comes to trade. And this is the work, the focus that we have on a worker-centric trade policy. And sometimes people ask, well, what does that mean? Well, one of the things that it means to us is that when you are looking at trade policy and trying to make decisions, you are looking at it from a different lens. And you're starting from, I want to make sure that I am taking into account the people that have been left behind before, when we were just perhaps looking at trade policy from a slightly different lens. And you may end up in the same place. You may end up making the same policy choices, but you're making better informed policy choices. And so that is part of what we have been trying to do in the Biden-Harris administration, is let's look at trade. We know that there's been a lot of backlash on trade in our country and other parts of the world. And so how can we make better trade policy decisions? Will you start by recognizing that you need to think through and try to look at things from multiple perspectives? Talking to people, transparency, feedback, giving out information and getting reactions is, it's really important. I hope that is a satisfactory answer.
So thank you very much. We've reached the end of the session. I'd like to thank all of the paper presenters. I'd like to thank the ambassador for being really honest also about how difficult some of this is in terms of policy coherence at home and through cooperation programs. I'd like to thank the WTO team as well, because there's a lot of work that goes behind this that you don't see. And finally, also for your very engaged questions and participation. So if we can just conclude with a round of applause, particularly.
This is the way, no? Or not? Would you please take your seat so we can start the session? Thank you, and good afternoon, and welcome to research session 2. As you may have seen in the program, this session was supposed to be moderated by our good friend and colleague, Gabrielle Marceau. But Gabrielle unfortunately got a bad flu and she lost her voice. So I am replacing her. And I will try my best to replace her. So I am Simonetta Zarrilli, and I am the chief of the Trade, Gender and Development program at UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. So in this session, we will have our distinguished speakers presenting 3 very interesting papers. Let me spend just a few words on each paper, and then I will give the floor to the authors. So the first, let's say, the first and the second papers are quite connected to each other because they both address the issue of gender considerations in regional and bilateral trade agreements. As we know, there has been a proliferation of gender considerations included in these agreements. And we have at the present, I learned from one of the papers, 332 gender provisions in 109 agreements, trade agreements. And these agreements involve more than 150 countries. So really, this is becoming something. Starting way back, the first agreement that included the gender considerations was the agreement, the Treaty of Rome, setting up what at that time was the European Economic Community. But the 2 papers look at 2 very interesting issues related to these gender considerations in trade agreements. The first one, the paper from Amrita and Catherine, is about how effective these gender considerations are. And do they really make a difference? What is happening since these considerations were included in the trade agreements? And then we have the second paper from Lolita and Yannick that looks specifically at the issue of the possibility of taking this gender consideration to the dispute settlement. And since despite this wide range of provisions, including in trade agreements, the gender considerations have never been brought to the dispute, to the attention of the dispute settlement of the agreements these considerations belong to, the question of this paper is why so? And they make a very interesting parallel with the labor considerations included in 2 specific trade agreements. And finally, we have a third paper that addresses different issues, but equally interesting. So the research question starts from knowing that there is globally a gender wage gap of around 20%. So women earn 20% less than men. And while this wage gap can be a component can be justified by different in education, in skills, on the sectors where men and women work, another component is unjustified.
So the research paper looks at how trade policy and specifically tariffs and non-tariff measures, if trade policy has a potential to eliminate or diminish the gender wage gap. So I would say 3 extremely interesting research questions. And I will start giving the floor to Catherine Kuhlman, and that comes from the Georgetown University Law Center, is the lady next to me. And then we have Amrita Bahari, who teaches at ITAM in Mexico and is the WTO co-chair for Mexico. I want to read the bios because these are people, you know, they have written a lot on this topic. So I won't invest the time in reading the bios that are on the web. So if you want all the details on how great they are, go into the web. So Catherine, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. It's so wonderful to be here. I was telling Lolita before the panel started that I've been to the WTO so many times over the years and never really imagined that we would all be together for a Congress on Gender. So this is incredibly exciting. I mean, it's something that I hoped for, but it's great to be here and to see a full room here today to talk about this. I'm going to present a paper that I've written with Amrita Bahari, who's joining us remotely. She'll be online in just a moment. And it's called Gender Mainstreaming in Trade Agreements, a Potemkin Facade. So we thought we would try to see if we can explore a little bit beyond all of the great work that's been done already to really think about what kind of impact some of these provisions are having. So let's see if I can do this effectively. And that's all of us. Okay, so it is becoming the norm to link gender in trade agreements, as we heard about already. We're seeing this in multiple agreements. In the database that Lolita has spearheaded, we see about 1/3 of regional trade agreements have some sort of gender provision. The data set that Amrita and I had looked at was about 1/4. So it looks like we are really on the rise in terms of gender provisions. And I think that this is a bigger shift in a couple of directions. One, I think that we finally have moved out of this aspect of calling trade gender neutral, which for many years was the response that we would get. I remember when I was a young trade negotiator and was pressing to include gender in trade agreements in the United States, and I would get the response, trade is gender neutral. Everyone can trade. We know now that this is not true, that trade is not gender neutral, but what do we do about that? And I think, again, this is a bigger shift towards incorporating more of a focus on human rights and social issues, the sort of trade and issues, which hopefully someday will no longer be trade and issues, no longer be kind of on the margins, but be really the norm on how we approach trade. But there are still some really important distributional impacts of trade that we'll talk about in the panel. And I would say that there are still quite a few opportunities for women that are restricted. And I guess the question is, do trade agreements really adequately address these distributional impacts? So based on our research, which I'll share a bit more on in a moment, and then turn to Amrita for some of the findings, really so far no trade agreements contemplate how gender-related commitments can be implemented or enforced. This is one of the challenges which I know you'll speak about more. Most approaches are more what I would call aspirational, rather than real binding obligations for change. And no trade agreement so far approaches gender on a holistic level that can really address these distributional issues. However, that's not to say we're not off to a good start. It's just to, I think, kind of challenge where we go next. So this is what we look at in the paper, this dynamic, and we categorize provisions for future study. We're already working on the next paper to really link these distributional questions with what we could do in future trade agreements. So we based our work on 2 approaches, one that each of us has written about. One is, I would say, a textual approach that Amrita has written about in terms of a gender responsiveness scale that looks at RTA provisions in light of how well they mainstream gender equity. And she has a 5-point scale ranging from not very well to more binding nature, which is included in some of the papers that she has worked on. I had developed also an index for inclusive trade and development that has 7 factors to it. One are the things that we see more in top-down trade agreements: differentiation, sustainability, flexibility. And then 4 are things that I would say we see a little bit more in bottom-up, more in domestic approaches: focus on equity, inclusion, reduction of regulatory barriers, and implementation. Now, those top-down, bottom-up are a little bit overlap a bit, but this is just some way of also thinking about how do we deal with the real ground-up, as we heard about earlier today. So we have 4 filters that we're looking at in this study. And again, here's just a sense of the kind of breadth of gender provisions in trade agreements. And then the 4 filters that I'm going to talk about are location, language, content, and context. And context is something we don't talk about often enough. And it seems like it's incredibly important to bring that into the conversation of how we assess trade agreements. But I'll start with the ones that we do talk about a little bit more: location and language in particular. So location also we could refer to as placement. This relates to agreement commitments and implementation based on sometimes where we see something. For example, if we see language in the preamble to an agreement, it's not going to tend to be as binding. It's a little bit more aspirational, but it can set the tone for the rest of the agreement. We also see gender-related language coming up throughout trade agreements. We talked earlier about gender chapters, but that is only happening in a certain number of trade agreements, still is not really the practice in most. But we see gender provisions all throughout annexes, non-specific articles, on other issues, so labor provisions, for example, agricultural provisions, intellectual property provisions, and then also in specific articles and side agreements. So we are standalone chapters. So gender can appear really anywhere in a trade agreement. Some countries have taken the lead on these approaches. We spoke earlier, I think, heard about this earlier in the plenary sessions. Chile has been one of the leaders in Latin America. Yes, for putting gender in trade agreements, which I think is a really impressive thing, and taking a more comprehensive approach. Historically, we just heard also that gender first appeared in the Treaty of Rome. I do a lot of work in Africa. I was also very excited to see that in Africa, actually, there's a long history of incorporating gender into trade agreements. And so I think it's worth noting all of that history. And you can see that when you look at some of these trade agreements, because the ones that are historically more focused on gender tend to be also a bit more comprehensive. Now, sometimes we look at the number of provisions just to see how much an agreement incorporates gender, but that's not necessarily determinative of the scope, although it does signal some level of commitment. Again, Chile is one of the leaders here, Canada, Europe, and Africa, as I mentioned before, as a continent. And hopefully that will come through in the AFCFTA, which is working on a gender protocol. So let's look at language now, which is closely related, I think, to location. And when combined, these two really signal the level of commitment that countries have and the degree to which individuals and communities can rely upon the rights and obligations referenced in the agreement. Provisions with a higher level of commitment are more likely to be successfully implemented, not surprisingly, right? And provide a higher level of clarity for small enterprises and vulnerable communities, even though I think, as we spoke about earlier today, there is a lot that needs to be done beyond what's on the page in a trade agreement and what happens in reality. So across gender provisions and RTAs, most don't have language on implementation or enforcement. Amrita is going to speak more to this in just a moment. And we often see language in combination. So we'll see binding language like shall, but then with consider or endeavor. So it sort of softens then the commitment. It's not really a hard commitment, but it still has stronger symbolic force than something that is completely aspirational. So let me go to that now. Let me talk a little bit about the content. And as we were putting the paper together, we realized that we had to differentiate between 2 types of content. One is So this is a little bit of a deeper approach that I think we can do on the language and the location, which is a little bit easier to discern just looking at what's in the agreements. So here we are going to categorize based on aspirational content and affirmative content. Aspirational content is what we would often see in a preamble, sort of, very kind of high level language that signals the direction in which the agreement goes, but again, doesn't create any kind of binding commitment. It's often very descriptive, stresses the importance of addressing gender issues, but it's usually not very concrete. Affirmative content, on the other side, tends to be more specific and tends to connote some kind of commitment that requires parties to take some kind of positive action. Affirmative content in current agreements, for example, we might see incorporation of another international agreement like CEDAW, or we might see provisions on cooperation, which are pretty prevalent. But affirmative provisions so far are somewhat difficult to implement. And the lack of contextual integration beyond aspirational provisions is a challenge. So again, as I started out saying, a lot of what we see in these trade agreements is not really tied to pressing distributional issues. We sometimes also don't have definition of key terms like women's empowerment or gender equality, making it unclear exactly what the language is referring to. And binding commitments can be double-edged. They can be interpreted sometimes as legal inflation or protectionism, something that certain countries put into agreements to try to set the norms that will apply in other places to protect their own. And I think this is something that we really have to look out for. We have to think about how can you create meaningful obligations in trade agreements without having disguised protectionism. So the final area that I want to talk about, although I also wanted to show this is from one of Amrita's wonderful studies. And our work, as I said before, is really comparative. We tried to look across these different factors that I'm talking about and across the world. I will not note everything that's on here, but I'm going to speak in a minute now about the content. In fact, maybe I'll just use this as my context, slide, blending the content and the context. So context is even more important than content in some ways. Context more important than content. It's hard to say. And this is where we really focus on women's roles. So women have many, many different roles, as we heard about earlier today. But we still tend to, despite the fact that trade agreements are inherently economic agreements, we still tend to see a bit of a downplaying of women's economic roles. A little bit more focused on their on their family roles, on their social roles, incredibly important, but a little bit less on women's role as a driver of economic change or entrepreneurship. There are some regional differences. So here we can see some of these on the map. So we can see that, for example, some of the Canada agreements do have more of a focus on women's entrepreneurship. USMCA doesn't have a gender chapter, as we all know. It does have some provisions that are important, though, has a reservation for Indigenous women, and it has a provision on migrant women workers, which is new. In other sort of like North American agreements, we see more of a focus on technology and finance and STEM. We see sometimes a focus on handicrafts or different sectors. Then as we move over to Europe, I think we see more of a focus on non-discrimination, for example, which really tracks with some of the labor provisions that we might see in other agreements. Equal pay for equal work goes well beyond, though. Prohibition on sex-based discrimination. And then we kind of move around the world, we get more into family planning, health in Asia, and then going into some of the African agreements have really interesting provisions. Some of them are about balancing gender representation in the legislature, balancing gender representation in institutional bodies, and sometimes having even focused on border restrictions in COMESA or gender-based violence in SADC. So I think that is my last slide. And I think that I said all of this already. Oh, I have one more slide though. I'll go really fast.
Now we give the
I'll give it to Amrita. Amrita, you have to do the other slide on the distributional issues. So I'll let Amrita then pick up with this because this really goes into what she was going to present. This is in the beginning of the paper, but we thought we would move it a little later in the slides. So I turn to her then for the rest of the discussion.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you everyone for the floor. In terms of the distributional challenges, one important aspect that our paper is trying to look at is the disconnect, the large disconnect between the distributional issues in terms of the barriers and the widening of barriers that trade agreements and trade liberalization are playing on the gender roles, and the actual context and content of these so-called gender explicit provisions that we are looking at in the trade agreements. Let me give you some specific examples in the next slide. Catherine, if you can help me. Yes, that one. So basically, this substantive assessment and the problems associated with it, such as the disconnect between the distributional outcome, the barriers that women face on the ground, and the real content and context, as Catherine mentioned, of the gender provisions that we proudly see in trade agreements today, leads us to a very important question. And that question is whether this entire gender mainstreaming exercise that involves loading agreements with gender-related provisions is merely a Potemkin facade or a cornerstone to making trade agreements work for women. So the term Potemkin facade is taken from a story of 18th century where a Russian military leader and apparently a lover of Empress Catherine the Great, Gregory Potemkin, when Catherine the Second visited Crimea, ordered the creation of fake villages all along her route to disguise or hide the actual state, impoverished state of Crimea at that time. So the term since then has been used to describe works or initiatives that are taken specifically to provide a misleading impression, usually with the propaganda behind it. And it is in the same sense that we intend to use this term in this chapter as the key issue we are seeking to assess is whether the inclusion of gender provisions in existing agreements is merely a window dressing attempt to hide the negative impact of trade liberalization or distributional impact of trade on women. We don't really answer this question in the paper, but we provide you with sufficient food for thought in the form of 4 observations to reflect upon and for you to answer this question for yourself. The first observation, as Catherine mentioned, is that trade agreements so far have covered a range of concerns, and these concerns are all vital, yet countries so far have assumed these commitments with very, very few exceptions on a voluntary and permissive basis. So they've drafted with all these provisions are drafted with permissive grammatical constructions, use of soft verbs, may, could, consider, endeavor, and the list goes on. And these countries have often carved out these provisions out of the scope of their agreement's dispute settlement mechanism, which ensures that non-compliance with these provisions does not attract any kind of repercussion or legal consequence of any kind. And this perhaps shows that countries so far have undertaken these commitments in a rather modest and a non-binding manner. The second reflection to help us reflect upon the question of whether it is a facade or a cornerstone is that for this to work, it is important that the content and the context of these gender explicit provisions, as Catherine pointed out, directly correspond to the barriers that women face in accessing opportunities offered by trade. At the moment, as our chapter has shown, there's a deep disconnect between provisions, content, and context on one hand, and the barriers that women face on the ground. And this connection is highly country specific and industry specific, as women in different countries and industries face different kinds of barriers and challenges. And that brings me to our third observation of the paper. There are difficulties that countries face with the actual domestic implementation of such provisions. We spoke to one negotiator who said the following to us. We should not be forced to implement things that our country is otherwise not prepared to implement. We do not want to talk about implementation as yet, as it throws more resource burden on us. We want to start with the cooperation route. Now, these kinds of observations reflect that there are practical problems associated with putting such commitments into action. And current gender provisions are often included in trade agreements without any accompanying provisions on how such commitments or how such promises might be implemented by the respective countries. Without working on the mechanics, it is difficult to see how such commitments would ever be put to action. And I love using an expression that Simonetta used a while ago in one of the panels that he was sharing. Simonetta said, they might be Cinderella provisions if we don't make them work, if we don't attach any implementation or enforcement potential to them. And yes, if we don't figure out how and which implementation mechanics would help us put these commitments into action, where we are actually talking about the domestic implementation capacity of these countries, that is where the problem lies. And that brings me to my final and last observation. We consider that in assessing whether such agreements are merely facades or cornerstones, one final aspect that we consider is the level of precision. The level of precision with which these provisions are currently being drafted. As has happened before and as has happened so far, a very high majority of gender provisions are drafted with little precision and significant vagueness, with frequent use of vague, broad expressions, often without any attempt to address their definition or scope. And this lack of precision reflects a low level of commitment on the part of countries to make a positive change or bring about a positive, actual, concrete change using trade agreements. And of course, greater precision of provisions would reflect a higher commitment or a higher level of commitment, because that would leave less discretion in the hands in terms of implementation. Yet we need to understand that countries sometimes need such flexibility in assuming commitments that they completely do not understand. They do not entirely understand, particularly because we don't have sufficient gender disaggregated data to understand how these trade agreements impact women in different countries, in different economies, in different industries. So vaguely worded treaties provisions can provide this much needed flexibility to the countries by giving them some room to maneuver, as in the meantime, they can gain the capacity and they can gain the expertise to deal with these gender and trade issues. So that is another aspect we need to understand. So we leave you with these 4 observations. And we can together discuss I guess in Q&A as to whether the current developments in light of these observations make these attempts merely symbolic, or attempts to disguise the negative impact that trade agreements are having on women, or there's something more to them. There's something more to them in terms of substance. And let me just stop here by congratulating the WTO and the organizers behind it, Anush, Lolita, for putting this most exciting conference together. Or rather, more than a conference, a real celebration of how far we have come in our work on trade and gender. Congratulations to you both, and congratulations to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine and Amrita. Amrita, it's nice to see you, even though you are very far away from us. And now I give the floor to Lolita Laperle-Forget and Yannick Trudel for presenting the second paper.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Ms. Zarelli, for the introduction. And thank you, everyone, for coming to the Congress and sticking with us so late in the day. So I'll try to be brief. But one thing that struck me today at the opening session was comments from the ITC executive director, which noted some reserve towards the relevance and the effectiveness of gender provisions and RTA. And she noted that we need to see if trade agreements are applicable or whether they're just words on paper. And that's exactly what our paper is trying to address. We at our research looked at all the gender provisions building on and following up on the database that was published by the WTO, the database on gender provisions that was launched this summer, and which was spearheaded by my colleague, Ms. Lapelle-Forget, which underlined that there is 332 provisions, gender-related provisions, and some 109 RTAs. So we looked at them and we start thinking whether these provisions were enforceable and whether we could bring these provisions, if they're not respected, and make them and force country states to respect them through using dispute settlement mechanisms that are found and the various regional trade agreements that are in force. So very briefly, we establish 3 steps, 3 points to consider when looking at gender provisions. The first 2 of them being whether these provisions create legal obligations, whether they're covered by a dispute settlement mechanism, and third, whether what could bring and motivate states to use these dispute settlement mechanism and start the disputes and bring an issues to adjudication. So without further ado, I'll let Lolita start explaining how this works.
Yes, thanks, Jan. So indeed, the first step is to establish if there are existing legally binding obligation on gender equality. And with the database that we created at the WTO on gender provisions, we found some gender provisions that are actually legally binding, are written with binding language and with precise obligation. And here, let's look at 3 examples of gender provisions that are also covered by a dispute settlement mechanism. So the first example is found in the CUSMA or USMCA, where parties commit to implement policies to protect women workers from gender-based discrimination. And in this article specifically, state parties kept a certain level of discretion as they can decide on which policies they consider appropriate that will fulfill the objective to protect women against discrimination on the basis of gender. So yes, it's a binding obligation, but we need to highlight that the level of bindingness is a bit weaker than if they would just remove the sentence that it considered appropriate. But let's have a look at another example, which is a bit more, what I would say, a way more binding, which is found in the COMISA Treaty, where members shall eliminate all discriminatory law against women, especially to access assets and land. It's written with binding language, so they shall, and this obligation is actually twofold. First, a negative obligation that state parties cannot adopt a law that is discriminatory against women. This is what it means. And a positive obligation to review all the laws to ensure that no such law remains, and that it just ensure the result that women will be equal before the law. So this is an example of a binding obligation. Another binding obligation is found in the recent UK agreements with Japan, New Zealand, Australia, and EFTA, and consider that parties shall ensure that all measures on the licensing requirement and procedures and qualification requirement for cross-border service suppliers do not discriminate against women. Again, it's very similar to the previous obligation. It's twofold. A negative obligation not to adopt such measures that is discriminatory against women, and to ensure a positive obligation to ensure that, and to review all the measures to ensure that it doesn't create a discrimination for women. And I will just skip this one. So now that we have looked at some example of obligations that are legally binding, we reviewed all kind of dispute settlement mechanisms applicable to gender provisions. And there are basically 4 kinds of mechanism. First, the general mechanism, and this mechanism is a permanent court of justice. Or the second one is the general mechanism, but it's a panel of experts. The third mechanism is, again, the general mechanism, but in this case, the sanctions are not the same. So for social provisions and gender provisions, it is not possible to suspend trade concessions or to adopt sanctions. So it's not the same level of bindingness, I would say. And then the fourth mechanism is a special procedures where the general mechanism is explicitly excluded, but instead a specific institution is available. So mostly it's a technical panel that is specialized in specific issues. But in most cases, the only function is to adopt non-binding recommendation. And I will not talk about this too much, but because it's not a mechanism, it's not a dispute settlement mechanism, actually, it's not an enforcement mechanism, is when the gender provisions are explicitly excluded from the dispute settlement mechanism of the agreement. So here, we can see, for instance, let's look at the same article 23.9 of COMISA, the one that I just spoke about regarding the obligation to protect female workers against discrimination. When we have a look at the dispute settlement mechanism applicable to this agreement, we can see that the scope of the mechanism is enough broad to include gender provisions, since first, there's no exclusion clause for the chapter on labor. The only thing is that the parties need to go through consultation before requesting the establishment of a panel. And really, the scope is enough broad. And in this case, and it changed a bit with the time, but there's no, the burden of proof doesn't include to prove that the breach of obligation affects trade. So again, the scope is quite enough broad that we can say that if parties have a political will, this provision could be adjudicated. Same thing here with the COMISA, it's the Court of Justice. And interestingly, it's not only a state-state dispute, since a natural person can also bring a complaint if the obligation is not fulfilled. And for interest of time, I will just go very quickly. Same for the obligation that I mentioned on UK Australia FTA. The scope of the dispute settlement is enough broad to include the gender provision that I mentioned on services domestic regulation, so that only on a legal ground it could be adjudicated. So I will pass the floor to Yannick, as he will speak about the motivation.
Thank you, Lolita. So taking very quickly a step back at where we are, we're looking at gender provisions, at commitments taken by state under regional trade agreements, and you find an issue arising that the state is not following its commitment, that there's a breach of a trade agreement. You follow Lolita's step one, which is you establish that under regional trade agreements, there's legally binding obligations, and then you find that this legally binding obligation is covered by a gender provision and covered by a dispute settlement mechanism. Now, this is all well and it's theoretical, but the next step is what in practice? Who will push to bring a dispute? Because there's a lot of political considerations. This process, if anyone who ever practice WTO dispute settlement knows, there are quite lengthy disputes and they request a lot of resources. So what will bring states to actually adjudicate and bring under the disputes gender provisions? Now, as was mentioned before, there's no case, so there has never been a case of gender provisions being brought under dispute settlement, but we have something, closest thing that we have are two labor disputes that have been brought all the way through the whole dispute settlement mechanism of panels for labors. And labor is interesting. It's interesting to construct a parallel between gender and labor because they're both non-trade subject and they're both social provisions. So they're referred to sustainable trade and with a social objective. And I'll go very quickly to explain. These two cases were, well, the first was brought under the CAFTA-DR by the United States government against Guatemala. And the second one was brought under the EU-Korea FTAs by the government of the EU. And they were related to the non-respect by Guatemala and by Korea of labor rights, such as freedom of associations and collective bargaining. So basically, they were arguing that both governments were failing to respect their commitments, which had to do to the government had committed to respect by their laws and domestic laws, freedoms of association, collective bargaining, and also in the case of Korea, ratification of the ILO conventions. So looking at the procedure of both of these dispute settlement mechanism, we see that from the consultation process onwards to the final report, it's quite alike what we find under the WTO DSU, with consultations, establishment of a panel, and then there are rounds of written submissions, hearing, and then there's a final report, and with different effect of the report. But most interestingly, what I want to discuss here is the initial steps, which is activating the dispute settlement mechanism and monitoring the enforcement of the provisions. If you can just change to the next slides. Thank you very much. So we found in both those cases that the role of stakeholders was extremely important in both cases. So in unusual disputes, you will have a large firm like Boeing or Airbus, or you have still trade unions that usually push and use their resources to lobby a government in order to convince a government to bring in disputes. Now, in those cases, in the case of the labor, it was trade unions and workers and that were from transnational cooperation between trade unions. So in the case of Guatemala, for instance, trade unions in Guatemala and trade unions in the US work together and to monitor and bring submissions to the United States government, petitioning the government to bring a dispute to the US government. And this was made possible thanks to the institutions that were created under CAFTA-DR. So there was a contact point in the United States, which is called the United States Office of Trade and Labor Affairs, which plays a very important role in receiving complaints by any stakeholder. So it could be an association, an NGO, a firm, or even a natural person that brings a submission, that brings a complaint that says, look, we think that Guatemala is not respecting its obligation under CAFTA-DR. And then there's an investigation process that's started under this mechanism. And the same was found under the EU-Korea FTA, where they have the establishment of domestic advisory groups, which are composed of 30 non-governmental NGOs who monitor and ensure that the commitments undertaking under trade and sustainable chapters of EU free trade agreements are respected. And this is fascinating because we find that we often find that these stakeholders that are on the ground are better positioned than governments to know what actually happens whether it is gender provision, gender equality, or labor. You know, we've heard a lot of people talking about today, about experts talking about what was needed by women who conduct international trade activities. What were they need? What was affecting them? And they're in the best position to monitor and to bring awareness to breaches of gender provisions and labor provision. And on both those cases, they were the one that activated, that brought submissions, that did investigation work that were relied upon by government throughout the dispute process. And so this is interesting. So in conclusion, because I think I'm running out of time, I just want to, we're not saying that disputes of gender provision will look exactly the same as the labor dispute in CAFTA-DR or the labor dispute in EU-Korea FTAs, but it highlighted, these disputes sure highlighted interesting points and important points to take into consideration when looking at gender provision and their enforceability. But this work, these steps that I have talked about in our paper are just a starting point, because for every gender provisions, any provisions need to be considered provision by provision, chapter by chapter, and in light of the specific dispute settlement mechanism of each RTA. And this is the reality we will be facing, not just for gender, I think, but for all of the dispute settlement of trade matters, since until the WTO is paralyzed, so the appellate body will be resolved. So we'll have a lot of work on our table to analyze all of these provisions and RTAs. Hope you found this interesting, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lolita and Yannick, and sorry for rushing all the speakers, but we wanted to have enough time to listen to the third paper, and then we want time for question and answering. The room is full and we have more than 60 people online. So now we listen to two WTO colleagues, so is Eddie Beckers and Kirti Jungjungvala. And this will be the third paper, another very interesting one. Please keep on, if you can, on 12, maximum 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the invitation to present our paper here. So this is joint work with Kirti, with Jean Métivier and Victor Stolzenberg. We're all at the Economic Research and Statistics Division. So I think we were asked, why should we study gender outcomes of trade reform? I think that doesn't need a lot of explanation, but as we know that achieving gender equality is one of the Sustainable Development Goals. We also know from various reports that if policy continues as is, that it will take a long time before we achieve this gender equality. And third, we know that if we look globally, trade is about 50% of GDP or output. So therefore, you could expect that there might be a lot of scope for trade to actually play a positive or conducive role in contributing to more gender equality. So the question that we ask then is, could trade policy reform play some role here? And we explicitly do not look at the provisions that were discussed, but we look at something different, namely tariffs on the one hand and non-tariff measures on the other hand. And so before we go to that, very briefly, what kind of literature, economics literature, do we have on this topic? We have literature focusing on role of firms, for example, showing, comparing exporting firms with non-exporting firms in terms of female participation. Then we have work on trade agreements. We've just seen some of this. And then we also have work on simulations, of course, and that is exactly also what we are going to do. The point is that the literature so far, the simulation literature has focused on country studies. So there are simulation studies that have looked at reform, I think, for example, in Zambia or in Nepal. And the objective of our paper is actually to look at global trade policy reform. And so we look at trade policy reform from the sectoral angle. Yeah, what I mean with this becomes clear now, because I will present some stylized facts, and then Kirti will go into the meat of the analysis, showing counterfactual experiments. But if we look at stylized facts, some of these have already been established in the literature. We see that both tariffs and non-tariff measures tend to be higher in female labor force intensive sectors. Yeah, and so the first stylized facts we want to show is this one, where we show that there is a positive relationship between the female labor force intensity of sectors and the tariffs that are paid on intermediate inputs in these sectors. So we see, for example, wearing apparel and textiles. In these sectors, they tend to be highly female labor force intensive on the one hand, and on the other hand, the tariffs that are paid on the inputs used in these sectors also tend to be higher. This is a stylized fact that was already established, for example, in the World Bank WTO report. We look also at a second angle, where we check the tariffs that sectors are facing when they sell their products. And again, we compare the female labor force intensity with the tariffs that are faced when countries are or sectors are selling their goods. And what do we find? We find that both if we do not include domestic sales, that is on the left panel, or if we actually include domestic sales, assuming that trade costs are zero for domestic sales, we tend to find a positive relationship. So that means that tariffs are higher in tariffs are higher for sectors that are female labor force intensive. Then we come to non-tariff measures and we look at services. So we have three stylized facts put together in one slide. So let me start with the colored table. What you see there is on the one hand, the trade costs. We call this inferred trade cost. How is that calculated? This is calculated on comparing international with intranational trade and then trying to infer the size of trade costs. And what we find is that trade costs calculated in this way tend to be highest in services especially compared to manufacturing. And at the same time, services also tend to be more female labor force intensive. So that seems to suggest that if there would be services trade policy reform, that it could also contribute to closing or reducing the gender wage gap. Then the second is the left upper panel. There we present ad valorem equivalents of non-tariff measures within the service sector, and we see that within the services sector, actually also non-tariff measures tend to be higher. And finally, the most tricky one, I think, stylized fact is the bottom. The bottom scatter plot. What we present there is the relationship between female labor force intensity of a sector and the importance of face-to-face intensity measured with data on tasks that are performed in different occupations, and you can then map that to sectors. So what we tend to find is that sectors where face-to-face intensity is more important, they tend to also be more female labor force intensive, and that actually opens the possibility to findings that have been highlighted in the literature, where people have been arguing that with digitalization in the future, digitalization of the economy, face-to-face interaction, physical face-to-face interaction might become less important, and that might lead to a reduction in trade costs. And according to this scatter plot, that would then also favor female labor force intensive sectors. So the question then is, can we reverse these trends? And so for that, we conduct a counterfactual analysis that I will quickly introduce and then hand over to Kirti. So we use our WTO global trade model. That is basically a model a simulation model that describes the global economy, the interactions, the trade interactions between different countries. It describes production, the role of production factors, and that is actually the extension. That is the extension that we use, the role of production factors, because we have labor split up by gender in this model, and we can do that thanks to a database that was put together by the World Bank, the GDLD database. Then we run a couple of counterfactual experiments. We start with tariff reform within the goods sectors, starting with a very straightforward simulation exercise where we would say, okay, let's try to make that line flat. So this line that shows that tariffs are higher in female labor force intensive sectors. What would happen if we would actually equalize tariffs across different sectors? Would that help then actually to reduce the female wage gap? And then as a next step, we also look at trade policy reform in services. So with this, I hand over to Kirti.
Thank you, Eddie. So now we look at the results of these policy experiments that Eddie just described. We start with the first experiment, which is where we equalize tariffs across all sectors. So this would basically imply increasing tariffs for male-intensive sectors and reducing them for female-intensive sectors. The graph we see here shows the changes in male wage premium. So wherever it's negative, it represents that female wages increased more than the male wages. And wherever it's positive, it shows that male wages increased more. And as is evident from the graph, this experiment shows that male wages increase in most regions more than the female wages, which is an unexpected result because we are reducing the tariffs in the female-intensive sector. So we would expect that these sectors would expand and female wages would increase more. So we delved deeper into this result and we identified possible reasons for these unexpected results. One of which is that when we reduce tariffs for certain sectors, we increase their export opportunities and they expand. However, these reduced tariffs also increase the competition faced by the domestic sectors, which might also be female intensive. We call this channel the import competition channel. And it seems that in this scenario, the import competition channel dominates the export opportunities, which is why male wages increase further. So for our next experiment, we design more sophisticated reforms, which isolates 3 different effects that link reduction in tariffs with female wages. And we tried to design 3 scenarios, keeping these effects in mind. The first is an export opportunities effect. A reduction in tariff would lead to an expansion in export opportunities, which would lead to an expansion of that sector. The second effect is an intermediate input effect. A reduced tariff on intermediate inputs would reduce the input cost of certain production sectors. The third effect is the import competition channel, which is something that I just described. So we designed 3 scenarios. The first scenario has only export opportunities effect in it. The second scenario combines the export opportunities with an intermediate input effect. The third scenario combines all 3 of these effects. When we run simulations for these 3 scenarios, these are the effects that we see. I think the graph is slightly unclear, but the table summarizes the global weighted averages for wage premia for the skilled labor force, unskilled labor force, the total labor force. And as we can see, for the unskilled workers, the changes in wage premia are negative for all 3 scenarios. That means that the female wages actually increase more than the male wages in all 3 scenarios. But for the skilled workers, we see that this is true only in the third scenario. This represents that the import competition channel is actually extremely important for the skilled workers. And globally as well, we see that it is only in the third scenario that the female wages move in the right direction. What's also important to note here is that the magnitude of this effect is extremely small. It's almost negligible because it's 0.001%. So it would indicate that trade reform, even when it is designed with sophisticated tariff reductions in mind and is very targeted, even then it might not have a significant impact on female wages. There can be multiple reasons for this, which we do not explore at this moment. Instead, we shift our focus to services sector, which is known to be globally more female intensive. And we look at what such policy experiments in the services sector might show. So to do that, we target 5 sectors, which are business, finance, insurance, communication, and transport. These are sectors in which policy can be redesigned to reduce barriers to services trade. And we conduct simulations for this experiment, and we find that now female wage tends to increase more across all regions. Globally as well, the effect is higher and is 0.02%, which is 20 times higher than the manufacturing sector. However, in absolute terms, this value is still low in number, which shows that even services trade reform might not have a significant impact on female wages. So to further explore this, we look at other components of trade costs, which are not necessarily tariffs or non-tariff barriers. We come to the scenario which Eddie described as the digitalization scenario. The face-to-face index, which was highly related to both female shares and the trade cost index shown by Eddie, shows that there are other components to trade costs. So let's take an example here. If we were to look at, say, health sector and a particular product within health sector, say therapy services, we know from personal experiences or not, but that therapy requires physical presence. You would need the therapist and the consumer to be physically present with each other for the service to be exchanged. However, with digitalization and development of video calling, etc., other services such as that, now it is possible for online platforms to offer therapy which is across regions. There are so many apps and websites today where you can access a therapist who is situated in some other country. So digitalization has actually made trade of this service possible. So, and it has hence reduced trade cost. So we run a simulation which with a policy experiment that mimics this situation, where digitalization over the years will reduce the face-to-face requirement in various services and allow an increase in their trade. And we find now in this scenario that female wages rise relative to male wages way more. The global weighted average is now 0.7%, which is much higher than any other scenario. So this leads us to conclude that out of all the three kinds of experiments that we run, situations such as digitalization, which change the business environment in which we are operating, have a greater impact on female wages than a direct reform where we reduce tariffs or non-tariff barriers. So overall, to conclude, we would like to say that a policy which aims to reduce female wages and is looking at trade liberalization in with an economic aspect needs to have targeted reforms, which are not simply a reduction in the tariffs in the female sector, because often these tariffs tend to protect the female workers from import competition, and a simple reduction leads to a decrease in female wages. However, targeted reform might also not lead to significant changes in female wages. So the focus of policy should be more towards services sector, and it should be more towards changing the business environment and encouraging trends such as digitalization, which allow trade to effectively improve in size. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adrian. So we had the pleasure to listen to three fascinating papers. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Val, who is Minister Counselor at the Permanent Mission of the European Union here in Geneva. And he will enlighten us with some comments and reflections on what we heard from the researchers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And also to the presenters. But it's really the chair of this session that's thrown me the biggest challenge, because actually I came here in a slightly different brief, which is to tell you a bit about how EU trade policy deals with these issues. But like you, I have loads of questions to the presenters. And so what I propose is that I make my presentation relatively short, and that we then, let's say, take your questions, Chair, and get the conversation going. This was fascinating for me. I nowadays look at things through a multilateral lens, and here I'm brought back to my old job, looking at things from a bilateral and a regional trade agreement point of view. So what I did to prepare for this was actually to look at the database that came online in July, to see what was in there about what I could learn from that about EU trade policy and gender. And I found following. Gender equality and women's empowerment are vital for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and are cross-cutting issues for the entire 2030 agenda. Now, let me tell you, that's not the only thing that EU trade policy has to say about women's economic empowerment and gender equality, but that's what I found. So let me complement that briefly with some other aspects: at bilateral policy level, unilateral policy level, and multilateral. I have to end there. So what I wanted to tell you, and then let's hold it up against what we heard from the researchers, but recent free trade agreements negotiated by the European Union include provisions on trade and gender in the form of what we like to think of as binding commitments concerning equal pay and non-discrimination in the workplace, which are concepts from the International Labour Organization conventions numbered 100 and 111. In fact, we've been trying to use free trade agreements as the European Union for gender policy since, I'd say, we started with Chile on the free trade agreement in early 2018, which was really, in a way, a bit of a pilot. And from there, you can draw a line or a curve to the New Zealand EU agreement. So my New Zealand colleague here as well. negotiated by June 2022, I think, where for the first time we had an article that was really about trade and gender equality as part of a chapter on trade and sustainable development, addressing a commitment to what we know as effective implementation of the relevant United Nations and ILO conventions, but also commitment to refrain from weakening gender equality or equal opportunities in order to, for business purposes, so to speak, in order to encourage trade or investment. So sort of a non-regression clause. And then there's also language which I think Professor Kuhlmann would call softer, which was about more information sharing, joint initiatives, and also relevant for this place, cooperation in international fora. So we're trying to, this is the track that European Union is on. This is what I want to tell you. To have in trade agreements going forward, regional trade agreements or FTAs, specific trade and gender article. And an interesting case from my point of view is the negotiations we are having with 5 Eastern and Southern African countries under the Economic Partnership Agreement, precisely because, again, the new database shows us that going back historically, there's a lot to be learned from that region. So one can be hopeful that something meaningful will come out. I can't address a research congress without saying something about how we deal with gender in our impact assessment. So you probably all know that the European Union conducts impact assessments for all its major policy initiatives, and that includes trade agreements or trade arrangements, both before, during, and after those negotiations. And I wanted to highlight one because it allows me to walk from the bilateral to the unilateral level, so things we do autonomously. It's the impact assessment that accompanied the European Commission's proposal for reform of the generalized scheme of preferences, the GSP. It's, for me, if you look at that, it shows that it's work in progress, right? It has some findings on potential gender impact in Bangladesh and India, which arguably are 2 big partners under the GSP, but also, and this could be relevant going forward, how to measure and evaluate the gender impact during implementation. And there, poverty reduction and sustainable development are singled out or highlighted. Now, I will accelerate a little bit, but what you should know is that as a precondition for benefiting from the EU GSP, there is an obligation to respect the principles of some core international conventions on promoting women's rights and gender equality, both on the side of the United Nations, it's already mentioned, the abbreviation, forget about that, the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And then there are others, equal remuneration and discrimination in respect of employment and occupation. And then we have trying to do a little bit more on that in what we call the GSP Plus, which is a incentive scheme. So you think incentive, it's voluntary, but if you want to benefit from those that better access, you have to effectively implement, ratify and effectively implement those texts that I mentioned. Chair, very quickly, multilateral, a word on the multilateral. The European Union is one of the signatories of the Buenos Aires Ministerial Declaration of 2017, which had, I think, a few useful things to say, and also had the benefit of bringing the issue closer to the multilateral level, because I'm not sure that trade and gender policy is most developed at multilateral level quite yet. So this is where we have some work to do. And I suspect that quite some of you were disappointed when the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference could not adopt the Ministerial Declaration on women's economic empowerment and gender equality for, I'd say, for geopolitical reasons. But what, much as this was a missed opportunity, I can see that clearly the work on trade and gender is progressing. And that in all the areas that were identified in that declaration that has not so far not been adopted, steps have been taken. So there was data collection, policy work around experience sharing, aid for trade, cooperation with international and regional organizations, and last but not least, developing a gender perspective for WTO to look at these issues. And this is, and I'll finish with that, this is what is popularly known as the gender lens. I'm very excited about the gender lens work that we've been able to do this year on the basis of work managed by the International Trade Center, well known to the Geneva crowd, with EU funding, where we've asked independent experts to develop a framework for structured look at the gender aspects of WTO work. And this we've tested that framework in 4 substantive areas. The report should come out this month for all of you to see. I must say, and that is really the last thing I'll say, is that data, I went to the 4 webinars that we did on these areas. Because for all the gender lens work, what came back the whole time was data. And so the need for gender differentiated data, both for making, implementing, and evaluating our policies. And not sure if my Canadian colleagues are here, but I'm very happy to acknowledge that they've been doing the running on that here in Geneva. And again, watch this space because you will hear more about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Remco. I think your presentation perfectly complemented the other presentations we heard. And now it is time for a conversation with you in the room and those who are connected online. So I would like to ask you to raise your hand and identify yourself, and then depending on the content of the question, I will address the questions to the experts. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Edme Dominguez, and I come here representing a European network, White Plus, which is an NGO or a network of NGOs. And we have a special group dealing with gender and trade. And I want to congratulate especially the first panelists, because I think their work is extremely interesting to look at these gender chapters or gender mentions in different free trade agreements as just window dressing. I have been studying particularly a trade agreement that has not been mentioned here is the modernization of trade agreement between the European Union and Mexico. And I'm sorry to say that instead of progressing, it's going backwards regarding gender. And it's going backwards because the first agreement had much more to do with gender provisions than the new one. Perhaps it's no longer considered to be important. But the other thing I wanted to say is that these gender kind of conditionalities or these gender provisions have the same kind of discussion that that global labor standards had before. because it was mentioned that they had been argued to be protectionist. And I don't think that should be something that's stopping for these gender provisions to be there. I think what has to be done is to make them more seriously as commitments. And but there is another issue, and that's, for example, the European Union's free trade agreements and trade agreements, especially with the Global South, have two conditionalities regarding democracy and human rights. And it seems they have not been accomplished, because you have trade agreements with lots of countries that have lots of problems regarding human rights and democracy. And the same can be said for gender provisions. So I think that especially these first panelists it's going forward to see this, what it really is, window dressing. Thank you.
Thank you. We may take perhaps another couple of questions. Please, back there.
Hola, ¿me escuchan? Voy a hablar en español. Yo soy Marcia Banda, represento la Subsecretaría de Relaciones Económicas Internacionales de Chile y quería agradecer a todos los ponentes por esta gran exposición de ambos, donde se ve realmente la parte más intelectual o más teórica de los tratados de libre comercio. Al respecto, yo quiero mirar, porque mi pregunta es para los primeros ponentes. Si bien ellos dicen y se afirma de que los capítulos de libre comercio no están sujetos a solución de controversias y que justamente esto es un problema para que sean vinculantes, mi pregunta en sí es que un acuerdo de libre comercio, por muy cooperativo que sea, ya es vinculante. Un acuerdo de libre comercio ya tiene vinculación. Por lo tanto, mi pregunta es un poco, ¿sería mejor si no tuviéramos estos acuerdos que contienen un capítulo de género y comercio? Y lo digo del punto de vista práctico. En el fondo, nosotros lo que queremos hacer es justamente con una política exterior feminista en Chile, hacer una propuesta mucho más ambiciosa de los capítulos de género y comercio. No obstante, nuestro socio comercial no siempre está dispuesto a aceptar nuestra propuesta. Por lo tanto, llegamos a un capítulo cooperativo. Entonces, mi pregunta es, ¿ustedes así todo con un acuerdo o con un capítulo de género y comercio cooperativo, pensarían que es mejor no tenerlo antes que lo que hoy día tenemos propiamente tal? Esa es mi pregunta. Gracias.
Thank you. We take a third question, and then the experts will.
Thank you very much. My name is Carmine Soprano. I'm a trade and gender specialist with the World Bank Group, and I also do a lot of work in this space as an independent expert and academic lecturer. I want to congratulate all panelists for their wonderful presentations. I enjoyed all of them, but the economics nerd sitting somewhere in my inner self was inevitably intrigued by the work of Curti and Eddie, among others. So my question is probably directed straight to them, but obviously interventions from all others are warmly welcome. So Eddie and Curti, I really enjoyed your work, and particularly the simulations about the impact of trade liberalization on the wage gap. The one piece that I was missing in all of that, and by the way, your approach made total sense to me, was in terms of the ramifications of that from the perspective of occupational segregation, right? We all know that it's very important to raise women's wages and make up for the gap, but part of that raise probably also should come from women being able to upward in the value chain and access better jobs, including in those services sectors that you rightly indicated as being more female intensive. So I'm wondering whether any of your research also touched on those tariff liberalization measures in terms of the extent to which they could facilitate women accessing better jobs in the sectors that are already female intensive. Nerdy curiosity. Over. Thanks.
I will ask the speakers to answer the first three comments and questions, and then if we have a time, we pick up the other two questions. So perhaps, Catherine, would you like to make some comments?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for these questions and comments. And it's great to see so many hands going up. I hope we have time to continue the discussion here or maybe at the reception. But I'll comment maybe on the first question and the second one, which I think was directed somewhat to our paper. So on the first one, thank you for your feedback on our work. I think that we really felt like we needed to try to dive into this and look at something that we hadn't been talking about yet too much, which is how do we make this more meaningful? And I guess one comment that I would offer in response to the great comment that you shared is you also mentioned this point of that labor almost has been sort of a starting point for how we do some of this on gender. And it prompted something in me too to actually respond, if I could, to the paper that Lolita and Yannick have done, which I think is really incredibly interesting. And one thought that I had as you were presenting, I hope that's okay to take your comment and turn it into a comment on another paper on the panel. But one thought that I had was you looked at the Guatemala case and you looked at Korea, but you might look also, which I'm sure you're doing at USMCA or CMAC or whatever we want to call it, right? And it's very interesting to me that there are these several different cases that are happening right now. The first case that was actually brought there under labor was by a group of women migrant workers. I mentioned that this is something new that was added to that agreement, providing greater provisions for women migrant workers. But they have a separate dispute settlement mechanism than the rapid response mechanism that applies to Mexico and to collective bargaining. So that one is on a fast track against Mexico. The other one for women migrant workers is on a slow track. And I feel like that actually says something really important. If part of what we are thinking about is how to make sure that these agreements are balanced and that you can bring, that if they're binding both ways. They're binding on all parties. They're not just binding going one direction. I think we really need to consider what that means, because it should be the case that women migrant workers could receive, a fair outcome in a quicker way too. And I just wanted to point that out. It was something that I thought about as you were presenting, and it makes me think about how do we move beyond some of this so that it becomes meaningful. It's not surprising, of course, the conversation on labor has been going on for some time, and a lot of the non-discrimination provisions that we see on gender really are pulling the labor provisions into the gender space, I think, somewhat. So that's my comment, I guess, on your comment that led me. Could I respond quickly to the one from Chile on the whether or not we should keep doing this? I guess in my view, I think yes, right? I think it's important to do what we can, but I do take your point very much that reaching a cooperation chapter, an agreement on a cooperation chapter is sort of the best outcome that we could possibly have. And I guess Amrita and I are already working on a second paper that has recommendations on what we could do. And I feel like it ties in with some of what you spoke about too on the data side, looking more at services, I think we need to look at gender like we would look at any other really important issue in a trade agreement and think about where we would put commitments. And it's not just going to probably be in a standalone chapter that has cooperation provisions. It would be in services schedules. It would be across areas of goods. It would be holistic. And I think if we look at what's happening already in the world, especially against some of the agreements in Africa, some of the agreements in other parts of the world, we see pieces. We can maybe piece together what a holistic view could look like, but there are these notable gaps on procurement we talked about earlier, on services as we're speaking about now, so on agriculture. So maybe that's a starting point, what we have now, and I think discussions like this are so important to get us to a place where we can move beyond.
Thank you. Maybe Lolita or Yannick would like to comment briefly on Chile's comment.
Yes, of course. Actually, I fully agree with what Catherine says. It's a starting point. I do see a reason behind gender provisions, even if it's not binding. Of course, as a lawyer, I would prefer very legal binding obligation with a dispute settlement mechanism, of course. But let's have a broader look at the international ecosystem or the international instruments. So FTAs regulate trade between the parties. It makes trade rules so including gender provisions that address women's specific needs in trade makes a lot of sense. And I don't think that we should see FTAs as the only instruments to promote gender equality. It lives with all the ILO convention, the CDAO, it lives with all other instruments. So yes, it does make sense. And I fully agree, it's a starting point to have more binding obligation. And I think that stopping the practice, that it's very ongoing practice, increasing attention to include better, to better include women's needs. I think we need to keep the momentum of that, definitely.
Thank you, Lolita. And now to Eddie and Kirti on the question, a specific question addressed to you, please.
Yes, thanks for the interesting and also a somewhat challenging question. So I think, yeah, so the honest question is that we don't have occupational mobility in the model. And so we were discussing, I think what you're looking at is an extension of the model with endogenous skill formation, where basically you look at the incentives to upgrade your skills as a function of what you can earn in different sectors. And so I know that there is work on this. I haven't seen it being applied specifically to the male versus female distinction. So as Kirti was mentioning, there are both skilled and high skilled and low skilled workers in our model. So that would require an extension in that direction with endogenous skill formation.
Thank you. And Remco, please.
Well, thank you very much, and for the questions and the comments. I think I'll take one step back, because today being a good demonstration for me how people researchers can provide frameworks that then can help us improve the policies. And I liked in particular, and it's a bit an indirect reply to the question from the first speaker from the floor. When you look at this trade and gender in free trade agreements or regional trade agreements, yes, you have to look at the provision and whether it's legally binding. But then you also have to look secondly at enforceability through dispute settlement, but also through implementation support. And thirdly, you have to look at the political will to implement those matters. And only then can you have a more holistic view of what is the value of these provisions that are agreed in negotiations between parties. Second, so I loved the question from Chile. I think it's very important, whether basically something is better than nothing, and it depends. But certainly these things are constructed step by step. In RTAs, we're talking about degree of rulemaking, right? But we're not there at multilateral level. So you see that all these things, like Lita said before me, they have to be seen together and in conjunction. And it's also clear, I think, that without commenting on the specific case of the Mexican modernization, which I will take with me, that the EU's reply to Chile's question certainly is that it's better to have something, to start with something, and to try and build on that and to obtain more. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told by the organizers that we have to close because a reception is waiting for us and our interpreters need some rest after a long day. So from my side, just let me make two very, very short points. This morning, the minister from UK said that the regional trade agreements, the bilateral trade agreements are highway. But then it depends which kind of cars run on the highway. So I think the instruments are there now, how to use it in the best possible way. The second point, I think in the paper from Catherine and Amrita, there was a reference to the gender issue being, especially in the past, the Cinderella issues. I think when I started working on gender, this was kind of more than 10 years ago, I felt myself being a Cinderella. but now any longer. And this fantastic Congress, I think, proves that now trade and gender is an issue everybody wants to discuss at the level of research, as we have heard, and at the level of policy making. So let's leave our speakers and congratulate them for great presentations. And for the additional questions that unfortunately we couldn't take, there will be the reception. Please feel free to talk to the speakers and to ask your questions. Enjoy the receptions, have a good evening, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.